Good morning, everyone. I'm Chair Stacy Aguiar, and this is the Board of Appeals, April 14th, 2023 meeting being held at the West Hawaii Civic Center Council Chambers in Kailua Kona, Hawaii, and also virtually using the Zoom platform. I'd like to introduce our members of the Board of Appeals present today. Myself, Stacy Aguiar, Vice Chair Richard Henderson, Board Member Noe Saiki, and our newest board member, Scott Martin. Excused today is Board Member Matson Davis. Also present is our Board of Appeals Deputy Corporation Counsel, Sherry Tavares. Our staff to the board is April Supernon. And our board secretary is Kim Tanaka. So thank you. I'd like to start with just reviewing some in-person and online protocols with all of the participants because we are also virtually doing this by Zoom. For online participants, all cameras must be turned on at all times during the hearing. One person should speak at a time with no side conversations. Mute your device when you're not speaking to improve audio quality for all. Raise your hand and wait for recognition, or your virtual hand, and wait for recognition by the chairperson before speaking to ensure we make a clean and clear record. Prior to speaking, please state your name so that all parties know who's speaking. Speak slowly, clearly, and be close to your microphone. Limit distractions, for example, by turning off your mobile devices, mobile phone and other devices. And I'd also request that mobile phones be muted in this hearing, of which I need to mute my own. All right. At this time, I'd like to announce that agenda item number 3, Justin J. and Jill K. Cleveland, PLBOA 2022-000028 has been continued to the August 11th, 2023 agenda. At this time, the board will now take statements from the public on any agenda item. Public testifiers can testify now or prior to the agenda item they do wish to testify on. Everyone will get 3 minutes to speak, and at 2.5 minutes, it will be announced as such. And I do need a timekeeper, Kim or April. So April will be our timekeeper, and at 2.5 minutes, she will announce that as such. Kim, do we have any public testifiers at this time? So our first testifier is John Float. And is Mr. Float here in person? Great.
You may sit at that table.
So the microphone, and I'm sorry, the small table is for the testimony. Mr. Float, if you could just give us your name, what item number on the agenda you're testifying on, and we will start time.
The slide button, trying to hit the little slide button on. The light should come on.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to present for your consideration, my request for an extension on my building permit that expired in 2010. Which expired.
Can you, sorry, pardon me, Mr. Float, can you tell us which agenda item you are testifying on?
I'm not sure which agenda item it's.
So we have agenda item 1, Lawrence Ford et al., agenda item 2, William Gage and Rebecca Gage, agenda item 3, which has been continued, the Clevelands.
0000048.
So agenda item number 4, Kai LLC, BOA 2022000048.
Yeah,
Got
yes,
it.
it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I would like to present for your consideration my request for an extension on my building permit, which expired this past June. I'm the owner and builder who took out this permit in 2010. I'm also a small business owner running a boat tour operation in Honokaha Harbor. And I'm a farmer with 17 acres of macadamia nuts, which I manage. And my main kuleana is being a single dad to a set of twin boy and girls who are now 20 and required a great deal of my care, time, and attention in the last 3 and 4 years when they were, maturing into teenagerhood. In February and March, I received a call from the building department by telephone asking whether I was actively building, which I replied, yes, I was.
Mr. Float, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can you just clarify that, because we don't have you listed as a party in any of our documents, you're saying you are who you are, and what you're testifying to is that you have had the building permit for this particular property that
Yes.
we are.
Yes, I've had a permit since 2010, and it was invalidated this past June.
Not for the property that we are going to be hearing. You're testifying on your own property
My
for
own
your own
property.
circumstances.
Yes, it's
Understood.
okay,
I
out
understand.
of order.
Sorry, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, okay. So shall I continue? Yeah, so in March 2022, I received a telephone call from the building department asking whether I was still building, which I replied, yes, I was, as I was steadily making progress despite my heavily extended workload with my kids and farm and business. The framing, floors, roofing, doors, and windows have all been completed for some time now, and plumbing and electrical permit was taken out in March and June 2021. So I found out in July 2022 that the permit had expired the month prior when the electrician went to get a electrical rough-in inspection and could not. I had no idea, because I don't read the West Hawaii Today, that this process was ending. And I was surprised not to have been notified in advance if the permit was being canceled. I apologize for my short sight on this issue, but I'm 75 to 80% complete with this house of my dreams. Actually, it's I've lovingly and artistically labored for steadily on this over the years, and I want to see this project completed. Obviously,
30 seconds.
Since my children are now grown and launched, I'm now in a position to dedicate myself to complete this in a timely manner. And I humbly request, therefore, that my building permit be reinstated. And thank you. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. So we our next public testifier on our list. And again, you can choose to give your public testimony now or prior to the case that we will be hearing. So our second testifier on the list is Kayla Turpin. Is Miss Turpin here? Aloha.
It's Kyla.
Oh, yes, Kyla.
No worries. I get it
Kyla,
all the
thank
time.
you. So if you could just introduce yourself and tell us what agenda item number you're testifying on.
Yep. So I'm Kyla Turpin, and I'm testifying on behalf of John Float for item number 000048. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm testifying for that particular item number.
Understood.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public testimony, and thank you for your time in this duty that you as board members have taken on. We are here today to evaluate the way in which the Director of the Department of Public Works, Steve Paz, is using his discretion. While it is understood that the building division has certain responsibilities, it is also necessary to point out how the decisions he makes affect real people. The code changes that took place back in 2020 are still having a large impact on the people on this island, not to mention the new electronic permitting system that the county decided to implement at roughly the same time. It appears the staff that is running the system is learning how to use it at the exact same time as the public is. I'm a junior project manager in the business and have tons of problems. I can't imagine how people as owner builders are getting through it. Information on the system seems to change from one day to the next and can't be relied upon. The county doesn't have a true support system for people needing help, and you can only send an email to a help desk and they ask for 5 days to respond. The implementation of the system has been completely dysfunctional. In regard to the revoking of this building permit, it is a scary thought that the department seems to think that it has unbounded powers to just take something away that can literally destroy someone financially. We as professionals and individual owners need to be able to rely on information that is provided by representatives of the county and their systems. Permits issued by the department create certain rights that the county can't just take away when they have made an error through no fault of the property owner. We can't make important decisions as business owners or homeowners when we can't rely on agencies and staff.
30 seconds.
I would ask that you as a board find in the appellant's favor in this matter and require Mr. Paz to reinstate the permit that was lawfully issued in 2020. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have also on our sign-in sheet testifier Jeffrey Newland. Good morning, Mr. Newland. If you could just introduce yourself and let us know what agenda item you're testifying on.
Can you hear me? There. My name is Jeffrey Newland. Thank you for hearing me. I'm like the first gentleman. I'm an owner builder that started back in 2005. And I've been working on building this house for the last 20 years, pretty much by myself, me and another man. And we did not want to take out loans. We paid for it out of our pocket. This house is finally gotten with the pandemic. We got to the point where we could finish it up. And I went in, I spent 2 years trying to find a plumber. And same thing, I went to go do the rough-in for the plumbing. And they shut me down, blindsided me with it. I had no idea that any of this was coming. Nobody has ever contacted me. I've never heard anything in the paper. I don't even read the paper. My house is up in the rainforest. So a lot of the times when we go up there, we get rained out. It's not because we're not building it or abandoning it. It just takes a long time. That's all I got to say on the matter. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. And just for clarification, you are testifying on the
00048.
Got it. Thank you. Our next testifier is Mr. Walter Fullerton. Oh, I see. They just signed in on the public testimony sheet, and so did Mr. Gage. So I'm not going to be calling these two sign-ins. Kim, do we have any testifiers on Zoom? Okay, so if our public testifier on Zoom is available. Mr. Douglas Peterson. Oh, I see. So he won't be called until Kyle C's case is called anyway. Okay, got it. So that concludes our public testimony for today. At this time, we'll begin with old business, and as indicated on the agenda, the purpose of today's hearing for old business is to adopt the order granting summary judgment. Board Member Martin, are you able to vote on these matters as our newest board member?
Yes, I had an opportunity to review the material and I'm prepared to rule.
Thank you. So item number 1, calling the matter for Lawrence Ford et al. BOA 2022-000020, order granting summary judgment related to appeal of decision by the planning director dated February 15th, 2022, regarding complaint of operating a short-term vacation rental without permits in an agricultural project district. Location is at 81-905 Makahiki Lane, Captain Cook, Hawaii, 96704, TMK 3-8-1-009-044-0000. April or Kim, do we have any public testifiers on this particular agenda item? We have no public testifiers. So if I may call all parties to the table and okay, and if I can get the appearances and everyone can introduce themselves, starting with the appellant, Mr. Matsukawa.
My name is Michael Matsukawa, and I'm the attorney for the appellants, Larry Ford et al.
Thank you. Just for the record, Mr. Gage, we're going to address your agenda item after this. Thank you. And for the property owner, I believe we have a representation on Zoom, via Zoom.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Wong. I'm an attorney for the property owner, Ryan Neal and Beata Zanoni.
Thank you. And for the planning department, we also have appearance via Zoom.
Good morning, Deputy Corporation Counsel Susanna Tiapula, appearing for the planning director.
Thank you. For the record, the board has received the following documents. 1, the proposed order granting landowners Ryan A. Neal and Beata M. Zanoni's motion for summary judgment. And document 2, appellant's objection to landowners proposed order granting landowners motion for summary judgment. The board has also received late filings on February 15th, 2023 of a document, appellant's motion for leave to supplement appellant's objections to landowners proposed order for summary judgment, which includes the filing titled Appellant's Exhibit 3. Also, late submission received on February 23rd, 2023, an email from appellant Philip Kozarek. Board members, we are here today for the purpose of adopting an order granting summary judgment as decided at our December 9th, 2022 meeting. What we have before us for consideration are the following documents: the landowner's proposed order granting landowners Ryan A. Neal and Beata M. Zanoni's motion for summary judgment, the appellant's objection to landowners proposed order granting landowners motion for summary judgment. And as mentioned, the board also received 2 late filings, the appellant's motion for leave to supplement appellant's objections to landowners proposed order for summary judgment, including appellant's Exhibit 3 and appellant Mr. Philip Kozarek's email. For the board, I believe we must first address the issue of the two late filings and determine if they will be accepted or denied into the record. And as I understand, the rules and legal ramifications of accepting these late filings would effectively reopen this case that we've already decided on. And can I just confirm that with our Deputy Corporation Counsel? Is that correct? Thank you. So I'll remind the board that the business here today is for an order granting summary judgment as decided on December 9th, 2022. But for the matter of the two late filings, is there any discussion or questions by the board members on these two documents? So none. So at this time, I need a motion to vote or a motion regarding the two documents.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion, please. I make motion today to deny appellant's motion for leave to supplement appellant's objections to landowners' proposed order for summary judgment filed on February 15, 2023, which includes the filing titled Appellant's Exhibit 3, based on Board of Appeals Rules 1-6 and 3-20, as this board cannot reconsider its decision.
I'll second that motion.
So do we have any discussion on this matter? Any questions? Seeing none, April, can we take a vote on that motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. Ms. Psyche,
Aye.
Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
Mr. Martin,
Aye.
and Madam Chair.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you. So we must also address the second late filing by appellant Mr. Philip Kozarek via email. Any questions by the board on that, on what the issue is? That being said, can I get a motion on what the board would propose? So we're looking for either a motion to accept or deny the late filing into the record.
Make
I'd
a
also like
motion
to
to
make-
deny a late filing into the record.
So we have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, April, can we take a vote on motion on the table?
Yes. Mr. Martin,
Aye.
Ms. Psyche,
Yes.
Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
and Madam Chair.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, motion passes.
Thank you. So that takes care of the two late filing documents. So board members, we still have the matter here today for the purpose of adopting an order granting summary judgment as decided at the December 9th, 2022 meeting. Do we have any discussion on the two remaining documents? Seeing none, can I get a motion on, or does anyone have a motion they'd like to make on how you'd like to vote? And I can repeat the two documents under consideration is the landowner's proposed order granting landowner Ryan A. Neal and Beata M. Zanoni motion for summary judgment, and the appellant's objections to the landowner's proposed order granting landowner's motion for summary judgment.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a
Yes.
motion in relation to that. I'd like to move that we adopt the proposed order granting landowner Ryan A. Neal and Beata M. Zanoni's motion for summary judgment as filed by landowners on January 5th, 2023.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion on this matter? Seeing none, April, can we take a vote?
Yes, Ms. Psyche,
Aye.
Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
Mr. Martin,
Aye.
Madam Chair,
Aye.
4 ayes, motion passes.
Thank you. So we passed the motion to accept the landowner's proposed order granting summary judgment. Mr. Wong, for the landowner, can you prepare the final document for submission to the boards for approval and then dissemination? Will disseminate.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. And that concludes the matter for agenda item number 1. And I'd like to thank the parties, Mr. Matsukawa and Mr. Wong, for appellant and landowners. Oh, I miss Tiapula. Thank you. So the next item on our agenda, calling the matter for William Robert Gage and Rebecca S. Gage, BOA 2022-000021, order granting summary judgment related to deny appeal of decision by the planning director dated February 15th, 2022, regarding complaint of operating a short-term vacation rental without permits in an agricultural project district, location 81-905 Makahiki Lane, Captain Cook, Hawaii 96704, TMK 3-8-1-009-044-0000. Can I get the names and appearances of the parties for this matter, starting with the appellant, Mr. Gage?
Am I on? Okay.
Yes, you are.
William Robert Gage, Gage Jr., Bob.
Thank you. And representing the property owner via Zoom?
Good morning, Chair and board members. Patrick Wong, attorney on behalf of property owners Ryan Neal and Beata Zanoni. Thank you.
Thank you. And from the planning department via Zoom?
Good morning, Deputy Corporation Counsel Susanna Chiapula, appearing for the planning director.
Thank you. So for the record, the board has received the following documents. 1, the proposed order granting landowners Ryan A. Neal and Beata M. Zanoni's motion for summary judgment. And 2, the document appellants William Robert Gage Jr. and Rebecca S. Gage's proposed order for summary judgment. Board members, we are here today for the purpose of adopting an order granting summary judgment as decided on or at our December 9th, 2022 meeting. We have before us these 2 documents for consideration. Any discussion or questions from the board? And if not, do we have any motions from the board on this matter? So the motions we're looking for is a motion to accept either of the 2 documents submitted. Either the landowner's proposed order granting summary judgment to the landowners or the appellant's proposed or modified summary judgment, order for summary judgment. Any motion?
Yeah, I'd make a motion to adopt the proposed order granting landowners Ryan A. Neal and Beata M. Zanoni's motion for summary judgment as filed by landowners on January 5th, 2023.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, April, can we take a vote?
Yes. Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
Mr. Martin,
Aye.
Ms. Psyche,
Aye.
Madam Chair,
Aye.
4 ayes, motion passes.
Thank you. Mr. Wong, for the landowner, can you also prepare that final document for submission to the board.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. I will do so.
Thank you. And that concludes our matter for agenda item number 2. And I thank the representatives here today for their time. And we can move on to,
Thank you, board
Sure.
members, for your hard work. Have a good day.
thank you. Oh, okay, thank you. At this time, we are going to move on to new business, which is agenda item number 4. And I will read in. Sorry, I'm getting my bearings. I will read in agenda item 88-129. And it's 9. Kai LLC PLBOA 2022-000048. Appeal of decision by the Director of Public Works dated October 6th, 2022 regarding revocation of building permit BK 2020-00049. Location 88-129 Kai Avenue, Captain Cook, Hawaii 96704, TMK 3-8-8-005-101. If I may call all parties and their legal representations, if I can start with the appellant, if you can state your name and who you are. It turns red when it's on.
Good morning. My name is Christy Logan for agent for Mr. Osmond, Shazad Osmond.
Thank you. And for the Department of Public Works.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair, board members. My name is Sinclair Solis Ferguson. I'm the Deputy Corporation Counsel here on behalf of the Department of Public Works.
Thank you. So with respect to the board's convening today, Board Rule 8-15 General Standards for Appeals, non-zoning applies wherein a decision appealed from the Director of the Department of Public Works may be reversed or modified or remanded only if the board finds that the decision is 1, in violation of the code or applicable law, or 2, clearly erroneous in the view of the reliable, probative, and substantial evidence on the whole record, or 3, arbitrary or capricious or characterized by an abuse of discretion or clearly unwarranted exercise of discretion. So at this time, that's just laying the groundwork for what the board's jurisdiction is in finding a vote. At this time, I'd like to start with the presentation of cases, and if I may start with the appellant, and if you may, Ms. Logan, you can start with your opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the members that are here for their service to this community on this board. It's been a very long time that Mr. Osmond has had to wait to have this day to tell his story and what's transpired over the last almost a year or more. According to my friend here on the other side, Corporation Counsel, my client bears the burden of proof in this case. In his pre-hearing brief, he states 3 things that you have to focus on, one of which is all that it takes for us to prove by a preponderance of the evidence in order for you to find in my client's favor. Council states that I must prove one of three things. However, item number 3 is conveniently incomplete. Item number 3 is missing the last part of the requirement per the code. You may rule in my client's favor if I can prove by a preponderance of the evidence that the director's decision was quote arbitrary, capricious, or an abuse of his discretion. According to my friend on the other side, however, what he didn't say was if I can prove the director's decision was quote a clearly unwarranted exercise of his discretion. We believe that not only can we prove that, but that the director's decision is in violation of another applicable law. With that, I would like to call my first witness, Mr. Osmond, or is there something else before that?
So Ms. Logan, I'm gonna have the appellee, the Department of Public Works, give their opening statement first.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the full standard was cited in the brief on page 4, and it does have that last section. That in order to reverse the director's decision, the appellant must present evidence that shows that his decision was arbitrary, capricious, or characterized by an abuse of discretion or clearly unwarranted exercise of discretion. And that's in the pleading that I filed. So the director of the Department of Public Works is required to administer and enforce the provisions of the construction code. He's also required to render interpretations of that construction code. And so for the board to reverse the director's decision is a pretty high standard. This board has to find unanimously that, not unanimously, but a majority of the vote that his decision violated the construction code or another law, was clearly erroneous in view of the reliable, probative, and substantial evidence on the record as a whole. And that will be all the evidence that's going to be presented today. Or that it was arbitrary, capricious, or characterized by an abuse of discretion or clearly unwarranted exercise of discretion. As the evidence will show today, the decision by the director to revoke that 2020 permit was based on evidence. It was based on an interpretation of the code. It wasn't arbitrary in any sense. In a nutshell, what this case is about is a 1987 permit. A permit was issued in 1987 on this property. That permit didn't receive any inspections. So when somebody gets a permit to build a structure, building, house, or whatever, they get their permit. In 1987, you had to get 3 permits. You had to get a building permit, a plumbing permit, and an electrical permit. And you had to get inspections on all of those permits when they do the foundation, when they do the framing, and then you get a final inspection. And for all 3 of those inspections, there's a building inspector, a plumbing inspector, and an electrical inspector. There's no evidence that this building was ever inspected. Therefore, it wasn't final. It didn't receive final occupancy. Permits last 5 years, owner builder. So that 1987 permit the owner was permitted for 5 years to construct that home within that 5-year time frame. They didn't do that. That structure never got final inspection. It wasn't finished. So in 2020, this property passed hands a couple of times. In 2020, the owner applied for a permit to alter and add to that structure. It slipped by. It shouldn't have been issued. It shouldn't have been issued on a structure that was unpermitted. To do it properly, if that structure was there, they could have applied for an as-built permit, and they would have to get an architect to design that structure up to current code, not the 1987, the code in effect in 1987. So that slipped by. They never finalized that permit. In 1992 was the deadline. If it had been final, they could have got that permit in 2020 to alter or add to that structure based on the current code. That was an error, that 2020 permit. However, nonetheless, in 2021, the Department of Public Works recognized that there was a lot of permits outstanding that were expired. And so they issued a notice allowing the public to giving the public extra time. They automatically extended the expiration of all the permits filed before a certain date to June 1st, 2022. So They gave the public an opportunity, hey, you have this old permit, get your final inspections and we'll honor that. And the deadline for that was June 1st, 2022. For that 1987 permit, there was no final inspections on that permit up until June 1st, 2022. So at that date, that permit expired again. And because those permits were, that 1987 permit is expired, the department can't honor that 2020 permit as it is. It has to be an as-built permit. And so there is some information that was, you know, due diligence is probably going to be a topic that's going to come up in the testimony, but anyone who owns this property, all they had to do was go and request a copy of that original 1987 permit and see, was it final? Did it receive inspections? And in 2013, when this property was listed for sale, it was sold in 2014. On that listing, it was noted that this property has not received any inspections. Buyer is to purchase it as is. And then, and so that was on the record. And then in 2021, when this property was sold the second time, the listing agent stated that there was as-built permits on this property, but that is incorrect. There were no as-built permits on this property. It was a erroneously issued alter addition permit. So just, I'm going a little in detail, but I want to give the framework for this board to understand all the testimony that's coming up. So the director, when I think it was in around 2021 or 2, the current property owner called for an inspection for their property. And that's when it came to light, hey, that 1987 permit expired, so we have to revoke this 2020 permit. And that permit was revoked. And it clearly was not, that decision to revoke the 2020 permit clearly was not in violation of the construction code, erroneous, arbitrary, or capricious. The director had to do that. And we ask that, you know, based on the evidence today, that this board honor the director's decision and find that it wasn't in violation or clearly erroneous or arbitrary, capricious. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salas Ferguson. At this time, if the appellant, Ms. Logan, would like to call her first witness.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to call Mr. Shahzad Osman to the stand.
Thank you. And you can sit there, Mr. Osman.
Good
So-
morning, everyone.
Mr. Osman, I'll start by swearing you in today regarding your testimony. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ms. Logan, you can proceed.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Osman, can you please tell this board in your own words how the building division revoked your permit, and tell us the course of events that transpired when you purchased the property, and how you found out that your permit was, this permit that you purchased with the purchase of the property was revoked?
Objection.
Oh,
Chair, I would ask that one question be asked at a time. That way everybody can follow the testimony.
oh, I apologize. When did you first become aware that the original
Sustained.
building? Oh,
Sorry, I had to legally say sustained.
Sure.
Sorry.
Mr. Osmond, when did you first become aware that the original building permit from 1997 was even in existence?
So when I purchased the property during the escrow period, I had an appraisal done by the appraiser, Sean Crawford. And with the appraisal came a copy of the 1987 permit. And that is when I was first made aware that that house had a permit from 1987.
Thank you. Was the original permit from 1987 ever really discussed or focused on during your due diligence period that you went through?
It was not focused on because it showed as final and complete. And also a remodeling permit from 2020 could not have been issued on a 1987 permit that was not final.
Okay. Did you have any reason to believe that your permit, the 2020 permit, could be in any sort of jeopardy or risk of being revoked during the due diligence period?
There was no indication that the 2020 permit had any problems. I mean, I myself called the county during the escrow period to ask about that 2020 permit. And I talked to, I believe it was Annie, and she told me the permit was good for 5 years from the day of issuance. So from 2020, 5 years is 2025. And if I needed more time, I could call and get an extension, and they usually give more time. At no point did she say that the 1987 permit had a problem or was not final. And then I discussed with Annie again a second time in and around February or March of last year about the 2020 permit, because when the EPIC system went live, the 2020 permit showed an expiration date of January 2023. And I asked her, is this correct? Because it's supposed to be 5 years. And she said that they were going to change it and update it. And the EPIC had a lot of problems. And it would reflect 2025. And then I asked her, is there anything else I should be concerned about? And she said no. And at the time, and until today, on the EPIC, the 1987 permit shows 100% complete.
Okay. Were you, you were asked to, I believe by Annie, you can correct me if that's incorrect, but the building division asked you to transfer the permit from the previous owner
Correct.
to yourself?
Correct, yes. So past June of last year, I spoke with Stan Klask, as I believe was his name, and he asked me to transfer the permit, the 2020 permit, to my name. And I filled the paperwork. I sent it to Walter Peterson. He signed off on it. I sent it back to the county, and the county transferred it to my name in August of last year.
Okay, and at no time during that transfer, was there any reason to believe there was an issue, as you stated earlier, and there was no reason, and to your knowledge, there was no reason that you would need to extend this permit due to the fact that it wasn't supposed to expire until 2025?
Correct. There was no indication that there was a problem, because also that's the time I applied for the electrical permit. So I had the electrician, John from VP Electric, pull the permits to reconnect the system with Helco. And that was a process. It took roughly 2-3 months. Helco came, looked at the property, looked at the power pole that was there, saw that the pole was existing, and it just needed a new meter and a new box. And they surveyed the property, and then the county issued the electrical permit, and then Helco came and connected the power to the pole. And the electrical permit allowed the Helco connection, and that it allowed also an overhead feeder from the pole to the house. And that permit was issued in August of last year.
Okay, and to your knowledge, is Helco able to start your service with electricity if you do not have a valid building permit?
From my understanding, they cannot.
Okay. Did you at any time during this process supply the building division with any incorrect information?
No.
Do you know of any incorrect information that was supplied by Mr. Peterson, the person that you purchased the property from, that there was incorrect information supplied to the building division?
No,
Your realtor, Mr. Trey Livingston, also helped you with this process. Is that correct?
correct.
He's a witness today, so we'll be able to speak to him later. So the permit that you had for 2020, after you purchased the property and had it transferred, you continued to have the electrical system taken care of, hook up the pole. And there was no reason for you to think that there was anything that needed to be extended for or supplied to the building division, to your knowledge.
Correct. When I started doing the work in the beginning of last year, I followed the plans, and I have the originals right here. So I followed the plans. So we started with the deck, demo the deck, and rebuild the deck to the plans here, because this was a limited alteration. There was no more square footage being added. There was no more, it was just deck, kitchen, bathroom, electrical, plumbing, windows, doors, and one catchment, 10,000 gallons to match current codes. And I started calling for inspections as early as March of last year, so before the June 1st, when the county was expiring permits, and nobody came. Nobody didn't wanted to inspect. And I called again, and I had the carpenter call, and nobody came to inspect.
The location of this property, can you confirm, is in Millie?
It's immediately, yeah.
So it's quite a ways away from
It's pretty
the rest of
remote.
our population. Can you, I'm not sure if we can do this or not, but the scope of work that's written on these plans, this is the red stamp set that comes from the county. Could you read the scope of work to us that's on the page there you have in front of
Yes.
you?
I'm gonna read. So scope of work, 6 items. Replace existing catchment tank with a new 10,000 gallon tank. Renovate existing bathroom with new fixtures, plumbing, and electrical. Renovate existing kitchen with new cabinets, plumbing, and electrical.
I'm gonna interject here. I'm wondering what exhibit the witness is referring to. Do we have it in the file?
So what he's referring to
System.
is the actual red set stamp set that is the permitted set from 2020, of which there is only one original in this size. I do believe that it is in the exhibits.
It is in the exhibits, yeah.
There is exhibit of it's just smaller and a little more difficult to read. But we can stop there for,
I believe is it document 2023-01-23 RFI BLD 22-112?
Yeah,
It's-
it's part of that.
part of that, but also in Mr. Osmond's general petition for appeal application, it's exhibit 15. If that helps anybody there.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. So from what you read there, Mr. Osmond, there's in chapter, section 5-3-2020, 22 of the HCC or the Hawaii County Code, there's work that's exempt from having a building permit. And there, it goes from, quite a ways here, there's quite a few things that are exempt from having to have a permit at all, such as cabinets, awnings, detached decks and platforms, changing your windows, not something that would require a permit. To your knowledge, is there anything on there that is substantial in the sense that the building department, if there's anything for them to inspect aside from the plumbing and the electrical permits, which are separate?
No, because I'm not building a new build.
Mhm.
I'm doing doors, windows.
just like a remodeling sort
Yeah,
of
like
thing, right?
remodeling.
And of course, you didn't get this permit. This permit was from the seller that you purchased the property from.
Correct. They applied, I believe, 2019, and it was given to them 2020.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any other questions for you right now, but I think that's your turn now.
Does the county have any questions for the witness?
I do, Chair.
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Osman, you stated that the 2020 permit could not have been issued if the 1987 permit wasn't final. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you stated that you saw a copy of the 1987 permit. Is that right?
I did.
Chair, permission to approach the witness with Exhibit A, which is in the Pelley's exhibit list.
Permission granted.
Mr. Osman, does that exhibit look familiar?
Yes,
Is that the same permit that you said you saw in the appraiser's report?
no,
That's not the permit you saw in the appraiser's report?
no.
Okay. Well, can you take a look at the second page of that permit? What is that?
Yes, I'm on the second page.
Can you read the top of that permit, top of that page?
Date inspected, inspector, comments or remarks.
Are there any entries under any of those
I
that
do
show
not
that the
see-
property was inspected?
I do not see any entries.
Okay. So again, you agree that if that 1987 permit was never final, that 2020 permit should not have been issued. Is that right?
Logically correct.
Good. We agree on that. Are you aware that Chapter 5 of the Hawaii County Code grants the director the authority to revoke a permit that was issued in error?
Issued in error, but based on certain conditions. And I don't have the conditions with me. If someone can read the conditions for me.
I'll be asking the questions. So you answered my question, so I'll ask another question. Can you take a look at, flip that to the next page? Next page. Do you recognize that exhibit? Can you read which exhibit that is into the record? On the bottom, it has a letter.
I've seen this exhibit, yes.
Mhm. Can you just tell everyone what exhibit it's marked as?
Exhibit B,
Exhibit B. What is Exhibit B?
building permit application.
Mhm. Is that the 2020 permit that was issued to make additions and alterations to that structure at the property you own?
It shows alteration, plumbing and electrical.
Mhm. Does that permit state anywhere that the original 1987 permit was not finalized?
No,
Okay, thank you. I'm going to grab that exhibit. So in 1987, if that property didn't receive a final inspection, that permit wasn't final. Is that right?
I don't believe that.
No, this is a hypothetical. If that permit in 1987 did not receive any inspections and was not final, then when that permit expires in 1992, well, at the latest, let's say 1993, that would be an unpermitted structure on that property. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And Exhibit B that I just showed you, the 2020 permit, it didn't reference anywhere on there that the permit, the original permit from 1987, number 872263 was not final. Is that correct?
I did not see that there.
Mhm. When you are doing your due diligence, did you take a look at the 2013 listing that stated that the 1987 permit was never inspected?
I did not get a copy of the 2013 listing.
Did you take a look at any of the websites that showed the prior listings of the property?
I just saw it on Zillow.
So you don't think that would have been, a good idea as part of your due diligence to take a look at the prior listing?
As part of my due diligence, I called the county and asked about the permits. I did an appraisal and I flew and I came to look at the property myself. And I saw the original plans that looked pretty legit to me. All the original stamps are on it. And that was part of my due diligence.
But do you think it would have been a good idea as part of your due diligence to take a look at the prior listings?
I did not have access to the prior listings. And I don't know where you found it, but I didn't have access to it.
Have you heard of the Redfin listing website?
Yes.
Did you take a look at that website before you purchased your property?
Now I looked on Zillow.
Did you ask the building department for a copy of the 1987 permit that was issued on the property before you purchased the property?
No.
So your argument, is it fair to say that your position is that you didn't know the 1987 permit was never finalized and that you didn't know the 2020 permit was issued in error, and therefore you should be able to go ahead and finish constructing on that property?
No, I believe the 87 permit was final. And I believe the 2020 permit was issued lawfully to me. And I believe that I'm able to carry on my construction.
Why do you think that do you have any evidence to support your contention that the 1987 permit was final?
The property had power. The first owner, Donald McKay, had power connected to the property. And how could we win power if the house wasn't permitted? Number one. Number two, in your opening arguments, you said there was never any inspections. But in a request for information I did with the county, in emails that Jolan sent to members of the county, she does say the permit from 87 had a foundation inspections, and that was entered in exhibit with the Board of Appeals. So I don't believe that the 1987 permit was never finalized. And the county is the issuing body, the authority that has to check on permits being final, expired, or whatnot before they issue an alteration permit. That due diligence relies on the county and not on me. I rely on what the county gives me. So given the fact that the county gave me the 2020 permit to remodel, that to me was pretty strong to say, hey, I can purchase this and I can do the remodeling since the county gave me the permit.
Was the 1987 permit, did it receive any electrical inspections?
I do not know.
Don't you think that would have been an important part of your due diligence?
I did not look into electrical permit. I looked into the building permit. And also I'm new to Hawaii. I don't know how the county processes work. I'm more knowledgeable now that I've had to go through all of this. But at the time I looked at the building permit, there was a copy of it with the appraisal, and the appraisal is entered in exhibit with the Board of Appeals. And it did not show any problems or issues with it.
So you said you're new to Hawaii, so you understand that for that 1987 permit to be final, it had to receive a building inspection, final and building inspection, a final plumbing inspection, and a final electrical inspection, correct?
Now I understand that, yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Yeah, I'd like to redirect.
Go ahead.
May I approach the witness, to show him an exhibit that's part of his appeal, exhibit 04. Oops, I think I have to wait. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Mr. Osmond, can you tell us what what exhibit 4 there shows as far as the 1987 permit?
So exhibit 4 seems to be from Epic. Building permit 872263. It shows 100% complete.
So the Epic system shows you that that permit was completed,
Correct.
and there's nothing in the Epic system that would indicate to you that what it's telling you there is not accurate.
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell me again what the date was that you closed on your property, or when you finished purchasing it in 2001?
I purchased May 13th, 2021.
So when Mr. Sinclair asks you if you did any due diligence on these other permits, was Epic active at the time? And was there any way for you to check on that during that period that Mr. Corp Counsel here is asking you if you did this due diligence?
No.
So-
Apart from calling the county, that was really my personal only way to check was call the county. And then the appraiser wouldn't have appraised the property the way it appraised without checking on the permit.
And you have no knowledge as to how your appraiser got the information that he got, correct? Epic, I believe, do you know the date that Epic was actually activated?
It was later that year, maybe in the summer of 2021.
I believe it was July 26th of 2021. The record will show that Epic was brand new at the time. So other than what your appraiser told you, finding out any of this kind of information, aside from calling the county, which you say you did, Epic wasn't even in existence at that time.
Correct.
Was there any website that you were aware of that you could look up that type of information?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna take that back from you. And I want to address something that council brought up a little bit ago with your testimony. You were asked whether or not revoking a permit was something that the director could do, and you made a comment saying under certain conditions. I would like to read for the record, which is part of Mr. Sinclair's pre-hearing brief. Revoking or
Is this,
suspending.
sorry,
let me-
objection. Is this a question?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Here, may I approach the witness and give
Yes.
him, this is,
Objection sustained.
can you tell us, Mr. Osmond, what you're seeing there? What that document is? If you flip to the very beginning of it, you'll see.
So this is Director Posey's pre-hearing statement.
And can you go to the page that discusses his authority to revoke?
So the authority to revoke is HCC 551D. So the issuance of a permit shall not prevent the authority having jurisdiction from thereafter requiring the correction of errors in the plans and specifications. Number 2, revoking or suspending any permit when issued in error on the basis of incorrect information supply or in violation of the construction code, any permit or variance issued pursuant to the construction code or other applicable law, halting building operations when in violation of the construction code, any permit or variance issued pursuant to the construction code or other applicable law.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. Can you tell me what or based on what you read there, in order for the director to revoke a permit based on error, the language that is what the error needs to be or come from?
So my understanding of this is the director cannot just revoke just like that. He has a very strict burden to prove to be able to revoke it. And he can revoke it if information supplied was incorrect, if there was misrepresentation of some sort.
And Mr. Osmond, as I asked earlier, you did not supply, to your knowledge, any incorrect information to the building department.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Do any of the board members have any questions for Mr. Osmond, the witness? None. Seeing no questions at this time, thank you, Mr. Osmond, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Logan, would you like to call your next witness?
Sorry. We should have Mr. Peterson, Douglas Peterson, in a Zoom room. I'm not sure if he's there, if he can hear us. I'm not sure yet. Maybe you can tell us if he's available.
Stand by.
Mr. Peterson, are you able to hear us, and can you turn your microphone and camera on, please? Mr. Peterson? We can try to connect with him through the chat. Oh, I see him coming.
Yeah,
Mr.
I was
Peterson?
muted.
Oh, there you are. Okay. And can you also turn your camera on, please, sir?
Sure. Not having any luck. I'm clicking start video. I don't know how to do this. Hello, we're going to need to do it through my phone. I can't get the Skype open on my computer. Hello?
Hold on, Mr. Peterson. This is Chair Aguiar. If I may just ask all parties if they are okay with Mr. Peterson just testifying via telephone or audio?
I'm okay with that.
I'm fine too.
Great, no objections. We can proceed. Mr. Peterson, can you please introduce yourself and tell us what your position for this matter is, and then I will swear you in.
Okay. My name is Douglas Peterson. I sold the house we're talking about.
Thank you. So Mr. Peterson, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Peterson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to thank you for your presence here today. Can you tell us, was Mr. Wally Fullerton your architect at the time that you submitted for this permit, this 2020 permit that we're referring to?
Yes, he was.
To your knowledge, sir, did you or he ever submit any information to the building department that was incorrect?
No.
To your knowledge, Mr. Peterson, did Mr. Fullerton turn over all of the documentation that he had to the building department? And did he handle all of the communications with the building division?
Yes,
Was it your understanding at the time that the 2020 permit was issued that you had full rights to conduct the improvements that you had sought that permit for?
yes.
To your knowledge, was there anything difficult or not have an ability to verify or in any way that would mislead the building division?
I can't imagine what.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. No further questions.
Does DPW have any questions for Mr. Peterson?
I do, Chair.
Proceed.
Hi, Mr. Peterson. My name is Sinclair Solis Ferguson. I represent DPW. I'd like to ask you a few questions. Were you aware that the 1987 permit was never finalized?
Yes,
Did you conduct any work on that 2020 permit?
very little.
When did you?
Primarily, what I did was I cleaned the place up, hauled garbage away. Obviously the architect and there was a draftsman involved who was also a licensed contractor. The two of them took the measurements and produced the plans for the permit.
After that 2020, after that 2020 permit was issued, was there any construction conducted on the structure?
Yes, there was.
When was that?
It would have been, I believe, the following year. There was an interruption. We started on it, and then COVID came around, and we finally canceled it or stopped working on it, basically. At that time, there were travel restrictions that kept me from getting involved at all. There was a 2-week quarantine to even come to the island, and there's no place to stay in that area. So it essentially made it impossible for me to proceed.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Peterson. Can you talk a little bit louder and clearer? I'm having trouble hearing
Sure.
you.
Okay, fine. Is this better?
It is. Go ahead.
Okay, well, that's I hired the architect and the draftsman. They produced the plans. We took them into the building department, submitted them. A building permit was issued. I've got receipts for everything, and we just proceeded from there. Fortunately, one of the fellows who was involved in drawing the plans, Ed Craig, is also a licensed contractor, and he ordered materials and started working on it.
When did the work start on the 2020 permit?
I cannot remember exactly, but it probably would have been in late 20, early 21.
Mm-hmm. And what
I
work?
have receipts that I can go back to if you need exact dates, but I didn't know I was going to be asking.
Yeah, what type of work was done? Did they install a bathroom or a kitchen? What was done?
Well, the scope of work was just basically the 3 rooms. There was a kitchen. Okay, first we were going to change out the front door. We needed to change the position of the door on the bathroom, wire and plumb the bathroom, reconfigure the kitchen, buy cabinets, wire and plumbing in there. And then there's a little efficiency bedroom that was comprised the rest of the actual living room.
So when you purchased the property, Mr. Peterson, there wasn't any wiring or electrical wiring or plumbing in the structure?
There had been at one time, but it was really substandard. I'm almost positive it had never been inspected. This was something that the prior owner ended up doing, I guess, on his own. I don't know how he was able to get away with it, but we tore a lot of electrical wiring out of the house that had been there.
So you'd agree, Mr. Peterson, that when you purchased that property, it was an unpermitted structure?
Right. We were told that every time we pulled a permit, either plumbing or anything else. There was that 1987 permit in every file, or it might have been the same file and different people were just pulling it up from different offices. But no, I was aware that it was the permit was incomplete, and that's why I went through what I did. I hired the draftsman and the architect to produce an as-built plan and specifications to bring it up to code.
But the permit that was issued in 2020 is not an as-built permit, is that right?
I have no idea what, it just says building permit on it. I don't know if there's another one that says as-built permit, but I was issued a permit.
So do you recall approximately after you were issued the permit, the 2020 permit, about how many days passed from the issuance of the permit to when you began work on that property?
I couldn't recall. I would say probably, what?
Over 180 days?
Probably, no, not that long.
Okay.
And again, it was,
But then COVID came.
yeah.
I'm sorry, is there somebody in the room with you?
My wife, she's also a partial owner of the building. Basically, we started on it, of course, you have to order materials and there's a lag time there. Ed Craig did some of the cleanup. He started on the work. And COVID showed up. And again, I don't know exactly what the timeline is on that. But once that started, we just completely had to stop construction.
Mr. Peterson, when you sold the property to Mr. Ausman, was it disclosed that that 1987 permit was never finalized?
It was never discussed at all with him. As I just told him that there was a permit. I gave him a copy of the permit. I gave him a copy of all of the stamped plans. Everything that I'd gotten when I paid for the building permit.
No further questions.
No further questions, Chair.
Do any board members have any questions for Mr. Peterson? I do have a question. This is for Mr. Peterson. This is Chair Aguiar. Because you stated that you were aware that the 1987 permit was incomplete, when you proceeded to file for your new building permit in 2020, how did you present your application for permit to the county, and was that conversation about the 87 permit being incomplete part of this new application, that conversation?
Okay, the county was completely aware that that other permit had not been completed at the time this one was issued. Again, there was, that paperwork was in there, and it was mentioned every time that I discussed it with them.
But you proceeded to submit your new application.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. And if and no other board members have a question. Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for your testimony. We have no further questions for you at this time. So if you are available to hang around just in case there are other questions, we may suggest you do that.
Okay. I'll do so.
Hold on one second. I believe board member Psyche may have a question.
Hello, Mr. Peterson. I have a question about, let's see. I was thinking about, was there a permit that was, let's see, applied for before the 2014 sale of the property? Do you know if there was anything after the 1987 that you had applied for another permit in the gap?
The 87 permit was applied for by the previous owner, a guy by the name of Donald McCabe, I believe. I contracted the architect and the draftsman to handle all of the paperwork that, that came with getting a permit. I put it in their hands. When they gave me the plans and with the various subsets and lists and so on and so forth, I took them down to the county, wrote them a check, and I got a building permit.
I understand.
Other than that, I have no idea about, the procedures that they went through or anything else. I was just, at that time, I'd hired professionals to take care of the thing for me, and I did what they told me to do, which was to take the plans down, and I got the permit in my hand, posted it in the window, and told them to go at it.
That suffices my question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
I do have one. I do have one more question on redirect, if that's possible.
Mr. Peterson, hold on. So Ms. Logan has a redirect question for you.
All right.
Mr. Peterson, you were under the impression once you received the 2020 permit and Mr. Fullerton handled all the documentation, that this issue with the 1987 permit, no inspections or records to be had, was resolved by the issuance of that 2020 permit?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions. Mr. Peterson, thank you for your testimony. And again, if you could possibly hang out and mute yourself on the Zoom platform. Thank you.
Sure. I'm on the phone, so just be quiet.
That's fine. Thank you. So Ms. Logan, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, please. I'd like to call Wally Fullerton to the stand, please. Wally.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Fullerton. Can you introduce yourself and then I will swear you in?
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm having a severe hearing problem and with a sinusitis, so it's very, very difficult for me.
I will speak louder. Can you please introduce yourself and I will then swear you in?
Yes.
So would you like to introduce who you are?
Yes, my name is Walter Fullerton. I'm a licensed architect. In fact, I've been a licensed architect for over 50 years. I've been doing this for a great long time. The hearing is a problem because I'm an old buzzard. I can't help that.
Thank you. So can I swear you in? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth here today in your testimony?
I do, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Logan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Wally, is Mr. Osmond your client? Is Mr. Osmond your client?
Not as a client, he was, he bought the property and all I did was, assume the responsibility for the plans and the permit.
Okay, so you're not being paid for your testimony here today. Mr. Osmond is not your client whatsoever. It's okay.
Ms. Logan, why don't you, because he has a walking
Sure,
mic, he
sure.
can stand next to you.
Oh, okay.
Have him so
You
that
wanna
you can
come
still
closer?
speak into your microphone.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I just want to make sure that you're not being paid for any of your testimony today by Mr. Osmond. He is not your client. He was not your
No.
client.
No, he's not my client and this is very costly for me, if anything. This has taken weeks and weeks.
Mr. Osmond. There we go. That's better.
Is this acceptable?
Yeah, that'll work. So, Mr. Peterson told us that you were his architect that did these plans for the 2020 permit. And what did you do aside from stamping these drawings and designing this structure? What were your interactions with the county as to the application and what transpired?
They initially inspected the project, noticed a number of areas that needed work. So I told Mr. Peterson, you need to bring your water catchment up to date. You need to get a septic system. I had him engage an engineer. We had that. That was permitted and put in. In the scope of work, we had repairing the entry stairs, replacing the front door, doing revisions to the kitchen and bathroom. And I told them that it should involve a licensed electrical contractor and a licensed plumbing contractor to make sure it's all done. But also suggested upgrading the existing Helco or electrical service, and that it had to have a again, a licensed electrical contractor. At that time, we were spending a certain amount of time with Hawaii County professionals, employees, who were a great help, by the way. And pretty much took their guidelines as to what would be required to get a building permit on this. We explained and we made them aware that there were deficiencies and so on, but they could be fixed. As far as old records, many projects come across my desk. There aren't very good records when, especially in the 80s and in many cases in the 90s. But anyway, again, we were working with County of Hawaii professionals who were most helpful. We gave them everything that they required. Particularly notable, Kelly Wilson, most helpful. And with his guidance, his knowledge, and his professionalism. Neil Tanaka, and other employees at the county, they were most helpful. And they guided us and we did everything they wanted and we were issued permits. What happened during the construction, I think I wrote a letter on some of it, approving some of the repair work that was accomplished. But we don't find, there's not a lot available to us in the county records. But anyway, Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes, thank you, Mr. Fullerton. From my understanding, and I think you've told me previously, that any paperwork, inspections that you've done, photographs, these types of records, documentation, you gave to perhaps Mr. Wilson at the county or the girls at the counter, you provided all that, all your own documentation as an architect to the building department. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, whatever they required, they got. Yes.
In your experience, Mr. Fullerton, with the building division here, you speak of records and things not being able to be found. Has that been your experience a lot, that the building division has difficulty in maintaining proper records in other projects as well?
I'm sorry, I didn't get.
So the records that the department keeps, is that been something that you have had experience with, loss of records, of incorrect records over the years of you doing things with the county?
Yes, many, many times. This business is very complex, and then you've got split building departments and everything. And oftentimes a lot of stuff gets missed. And it's not, I'm not waging a criticism. It's just a flaw in the system and communication, which is most important. All I know, we work mostly with the Kailua Kona side, and I have nothing but the highest praise for that office and for everyone that is in that office. I mean, they're always helpful, always. Not so on the Hilo side, because there seems to be a communication gap there.
Thank you, Mr. Fullerton. Were you aware that the 2020 permit took care of these problems of no records for the 1987 permit for this structure? That once the 2020 permit was issued, this was, back then we referred to them as-built. We don't refer to them now as as-built. We refer to them now, I believe, as existing buildings. Is that correct?
I think so. I think it was discovered back then, whoever was checking it out, that there weren't really many records. The projects that pass my desk, there are so many that have no records of back then. And it's not forging a criticism. It just, it's a difficult thing to have dot every I and cross every T. And so I think the county in many cases realizes that there are gaps there. And it really surprised me that this came up again. We could find no records. We did pretty thorough research, I thought. In 1987, they acknowledged the permit, and in 1987, they acknowledged that a structure was there. Okay, the county records indicate that there's only about 1,200 and some square feet of building. Well, there's actually almost 2,500 because of the lower level, which by county standards is counted as a first story, even though it was an area that was designed to take surge from a hurricane or something. Anyway,
thank you, Mr. Fullerton. I don't have any more questions, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Fullerton.
Okay, thank you for your indulgence.
Hold on, Mr. Fullerton, does DPW have any cross-examination questions?
I do.
What?
Yeah.
You can have him sit over here.
Don't get old. But I'm only 84, so that's okay.
Mr. Fullerton, are you saying that this property was inspected and that those records were lost? Are you saying that in 1987, based on the 1987 permit, the property was inspected and passed final inspection, but that those records were lost? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying, I don't know if there were any records or if they kept records at that time.
Thank you.
Again,
That's Mr. Fullerton. Thank you. I'm just going to ask real pointed questions. Have you seen Exhibit A before, the 1987 permit?
No,
Would you consider this a record of the 1987 permit?
I'm sorry, objection, Mr. Fullerton does not know or have knowledge of how the county keeps its records and doesn't feel like an appropriate question for Mr. Fullerton.
I'd like to hear the question. I think, Mr. Salas Ferguson, can you repeat your question on what you're asking Mr. Fullerton to verify there?
I'll restate my line of questioning.
Thank you.
Mr. Fullerton. Mr. Fullerton, are you aware that there was a permit issued in 1987 on this property? Are you aware of 1987 permit being issued on this property?
yes, that's in the records, county records. About the only thing that is that there was a permit in 1987 and that there was an existing building or structure there in 1987.
Can you take a look at this Exhibit A? And can you just read this date right here on the bottom of Exhibit A? Does it say June 3rd, 1987?
387.
Okay. And who was this issued to?
Donald McKay.
So do you agree that this is the permit issued on the property in 1987?
I'm sorry, what?
Is this the permit issued to Donald McKay in 1987 to construct an efficiency dwelling on the
You'd have to
property?
ask the county if it is. I'm not an expert on this.
Okay,
This is a document I've never seen before. There's a lot of information on it, but I don't know what it represents
okay, I'll move on.
because we've not found any published county records.
So do you consider the 1987 permit a county record?
Well, they indicated they issued a permit in 1987. Yes.
Okay, okay. Do you recall what code was in effect in 1987?
Yes. My codes go back to 1961. I've been teaching codes since the 70s.
Sorry, Mr. Fullerton.
Yes, we're very familiar with all the codes.
Yeah, so I have a question, if you can answer it, please. Which code was in effect in 1987?
I don't know.
Was there a different code in effect in 2020?
Yes,
Do you know which code was in effect?
that would have been the 1991 International Council of Building Officials.
You're certain it was the 1991 International Building Code in effect in 2020?
Oh, wait, in 20. Let me, well, okay, I'm not sure.
Was it the
I'm not sure
2006?
when they adopted the international code, 2006. I don't have the exact date, so that would have to be checked.
Did you inspect the property?
Of course, yes.
Was in your inspection, was that building was it up to code according to the 2006 International Building Code?
No, it wasn't, and that's what prompted us to prepare documents and to consult with county officials and as to how we could bring it up to code.
So was the 2020 permit, based on your understanding, a permit that would bring that building up to the current code?
We didn't guarantee that. We went upon, again, the guidance of Hawaii County officials as to what we should be able to do to have the the building up to code, as close as we could. Obviously, you can't check your foundations and nails and everything else going on there.
How long does an owner builder permit last?
How long, what?
What is how long does an owner builder permit last? When does it expire? Do they expire in 5 years?
Oh, you'll have to ask the county that. I'm sorry.
How long have you been an architect in this county?
How long have I what?
How long have you been an architect in this county?
About 20 years.
And you don't know how long a permit lasts?
No, that's, we're architects, we're not contractors, owners. We're not really terribly concerned with that. We see, plus we see it changing. You know, you have so long to do this and so long to do that. We take issue with that in many cases because it's not very, very definite. We can't get definite answers there.
Are you aware that the real property division of the county will tax a structure even though it's unpermitted?
It was permitted, so I know. I don't know. I have no idea.
So in 2018, was that structure on the property a permitted structure?
Based on the 1987 permit, I would have to assume so, yes.
For a building to be permitted, does it have to receive a final inspection approving the safety of the building and all the electrical, plumbing, and building standards are met?
We don't know that.
So if a building does not receive final inspection, is that a permitted building?
Well, based on the permit, yes. It's a permitted building. If the inspections weren't made, again, we find no records of inspections or any of the other activities going on there, or who had the electrical permit or plumbing permit or septic permits and all of that, which had to have been in existence. But there's no record of that either.
Mm-hmm. So if there's an inspection sheet and it doesn't show inspections, you assume that the inspection sheet was lost that shows inspections?
Was lost? I don't know.
If you see a permit and it has the inspection log and there's no inspections on that, is it fair to assume that there were no inspections?
We would never have access to an inspection log.
Mm-hmm. But if you did have access to an inspection log and it didn't show any inspections, is it fair to say that there were no inspections?
Well, if it were something on the actual building permit, which is posted on the structure, yeah, then we would have some idea. That apparently is non-existent.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Logan, would you like to redirect? Any questions for Mr. Fulton?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Do any of the board members
You're
have
free.
any questions for Mr. Fullerton?
I'm free.
Ms. Logan, could you please ask Mr. Fullerton if he was aware of the EPIC system and if he had any interaction with the county representatives and the EPIC system with his plans that he submitted?
I think what I'm just barely, I think what you're asking, was I satisfied with the county help?
No, no, sir. He's asking if you had any access to the Epic system, the new computer system that the county is utilizing, is that correct?
That is correct. And if the county was talking to him about that.
Yes, we certainly are. I'm a very, very, very busy office. And Epic has shut down much of our operation. We have not been consulted, architects, engineers, contractors, owners, lenders, as to what we can do to help. I mean, we're the professionals, okay? We spend hundreds of hours on a set of plans, for example. Why weren't we consulted? We find on the 17th is a major change to the Epic system on how we have to handle, approvals by the different departments. They're constantly changing the format in our production drawings. After Epic, we had to completely redo all of our sheets and all of our formats to match that. Systems that we've been using for so many decades. There were so many flaws. They had me at one time.
So I just would like to ask if these plans were drafted and prepared before the implementation of the Epic system or after the implementation.
Were your plans drawn and produced prior to Epic or after Epic?
Prior.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fullerton. Ms. Logan, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, actually, I've been handed a note that a gentleman who was on our original witness list, the appraiser, Mr. Sean Crawford, is here and would testifying be okay for him? We weren't expecting him, but I've been told that he's here in the chamber.
Can I respond?
Ms. Logan, are you saying he was on your original witness list, but your modified witness list did not include him?
Yes, that is correct. We had him on the original, and when I spoke to him, he was going to have a tremendously difficult time coming, and so he's just come. I didn't expect him today, but I'm being told that he's here. And if at a minimum, maybe can testify public testimony if we can't use him as a witness.
Does the county have any objections to this witness testifying?
I do, Chair. Number one, there wasn't notice, and if I thought his testimony would be pertinent to whether or not the director abuses discretion to revoke the 2020 permit, I wouldn't object, but I don't think that the appraiser can add anything to what's already on the record unless Ms. Logan can point it to otherwise. Maybe ask for an offer of proof as to what testimony is going to be.
So Ms. Logan, is what he's asking for is an offer of proof if he will be testifying to something different than what you've already submitted as part of your exhibit.
His appraisal, was actually part of Mr. Osmond's appeal. So that is there. I wasn't prepared for him to be a witness today. I've just, like I said, been given a note. He may be able to testify as public testimony if he has something to say, but there isn't anything that I necessarily was going to question him about today. I was not
Okay, so
counting on that. So perhaps public
at this time, then I'm going to deny him testifying as your witness, but if the board has any questions for him, we could possibly bring him up as a public testifier. Thank you. So do you have any other witnesses you'd like to call?
I do, yes. I'd like to call Bill McCowett to the stand, please.
All right. It's on. Oh,
Great, hello.
Mr. McCawat, can you please introduce yourself and then I will swear you in?
My name is Bill McCowett. I've been doing plans here for 35 years. Have a great deal of experience in that. I also sit on the permitting and affordable housing task force and was a beta tester for the EPIC system.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Chair, before we begin, I'd ask that Ms. Logan make an offer of proof as to how Mr. McGowan's testimony would be material and relevant to the issue to be decided by the board today.
Well, Mr. Salas Ferguson, he is listed as a witness on her list. So I would afford her the latitude to proceed with her questioning of him.
Thank you, Chair. So Mr. McCowell, you have mentioned already in your opening statement there that you've been working in this county for plan review for all types of projects. Can you tell us your experience with the building division and the process for applying for building permits?
Well, it's just something we have to do and go through the whatever the procedure is at the time. So generally, I enjoy working with the folks seated here, and we have, we have our minor disagreements or discussions about points of code, but everything is resolved cordially in a professional manner.
Thank you. Do you have experience in them being consistent in the things that they require and the way they perform their inspections, or just how they operate in general? Are they consistent with the rules that they apply?
I think in their view, they're applying the rules as they see them. And in my view, the rules seem to change quite often and without notice. So we are, I would say, often in the position of dealing with a new set of rules or a new interpretation of rules that surprise us. But I think that's normal in the business, I would say.
Are you familiar with supplemental plans for permits and them requiring finals for them to be considered an actual building permit?
A permit does not have to be finalized in order to have a supplemental permit added to the property. Case in point, if you're building a 1,500 square foot home and you add, 1,200 square feet of an eye or something, you can get a supplemental permit to add to it before the first one is final. So there's no condition of finality for that. Furthermore, under Director Ikaika Rodenhurst, he told me that he'd made it policy that outstanding old permits and whatnot were not going to affect any new permits being applied for at that time under his direction.
Are you aware of the building department's rules for how they were going to deal with these 40,000 some odd expired permits when we switched over to the EPIC system, and how that was going to work?
We advised against that in the permitting task force review of all of this before it was adopted by county council. Nevertheless, it went through. And then my direct answer to your question is no, not really. I couldn't get a clear status of how it would go. The mayor's office got involved and was asking for some type of extension. Extension got granted. And then beyond that, some of the time extensions are just, as in the case of Mr. Float, for example, completely unrealistic. I mean, there's just no way you could be blindsided by, oh, I've been building this peacefully with a permit that had no expiration date on it, as far as we know, all these years, and out of the blue, bing, it's gone. You can't do this anymore. Oh, wait a minute. You've got 6 more months to get, a year's worth of work done. So it's been a very difficult requirement imposed, I think, without much depth of knowledge by the county council.
What is your understanding of how a house or any structure for that matter, that had a permit already issued was going to be handled when the new 2018 code was adopted by council? Can you elaborate on that? And as far as what codes something that was half built was going to be held to?
We did not, we did request, I did request or suggest, at least in our task force meetings, to the various members of the council and also of DPW and building division, that they come up with some type of rules to address this. The difficulty is if you have a 1984 code, which would have been the code, I believe, in 1987 house, and now you have, and you're going to honor the foundation inspection, you're going to honor the framing inspection, but now it's expired. But we'll honor those inspections, but you need to final it to the 2018 code. The 2018 code is radically and dramatically different than the 1984 code. You need wind shock, resistant windows. You need to be engineered to 140 miles an hour winds. The strength of the building, all of these egress and safety items that it might have changed over the years. So there's, in my mind, no practical way for someone to come in and say, well, my permit expired and I've got a 1984 code building. I need to apply for another permit to get the last little bit of it after framing inspection done. It's just very unclear to me in the business exactly how that would proceed. And we did ask for guidance on that, and none has been forthcoming yet. And I also have not been faced with that actual task yet, partially based on the outcome of this. And, Mr. Fluid is my client, just so you clearly understand that. So we're preparing for it, but we don't know how to do it, and we don't have any guidance.
So is it possible that the building department would actually require a house to end up being built by two different codes? Or were the permits that were issued under different code grandfathered, to your knowledge, that they would be built to the code that was in existence at the time the structure was built? Or what the code was at the time the permit was issued? Do you have any knowledge of that?
Only that it's a very confused issue, such as I just described. Yeah.
And did you give any kind of public testimony or any sort of input aside from your task force as to what the rules should be and the process that the building division under HRS Chapter 91 was going to conduct public hearings, or did they have any public hearings for making those rules?
No.
To your knowledge, there was no rulemaking procedures that took place.
No, we've been recommending administrative rules for 4 years now, and none have been, no attempt of any kind has been made to do that, as far as I know.
So are you aware of any sort of internal, or I shouldn't say internal, but any sort of rules that are written anywhere that explain how we as an industry are supposed to handle building permits that were issued under earlier codes?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar, Mr. McCall, with an outside consultant that the county hired in order to evaluate our permit process and how the department is handling all these permits, some 40,000 permits that are still somehow in limbo or expired or null and void? Or
I have read Mr. Tinner's report. I have met with him personally. He did give a presentation to the task force. However, I don't think any of that touched on the expiration of all these permits, not to my knowledge or memory.
okay. So the EPIC system started in July 26th of 2021.
Correct.
And your experience with that system currently as a professional, do you feel that it is complicated for maybe a like people that are not part of this industry, where we have owner builders? What's your thoughts, or not your thoughts, but what's your experience with Epic and its complexity?
Objection.
Objection sustained. Ms. Logan, if you can limit your questions to what is pertinent to the case in front of
Certainly,
us.
certainly.
And it is, some of the questions is outside the scope of what the board is allowed to rule on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll rephrase. The Epic system and the information that we get off of it, is that reliable as to when we check on permits and what their status is? That's where we get our information from, we use that reliably.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have time for further questions.
Mr. Salas Ferguson,
Thank you.
cross-examination.
I do have some questions. Thank you, Chair. You said that there's no rules on the permitting process. Is that right?
I think more precisely on the permitting process of how you would process an expired permit or apply for a permit subsequent to the expired permit so that you could get your final inspection.
Have you ever taken a look at the Construction Administrative Code, Chapter 5?
Yes,
Are you aware that Chapter 5 has detailed information on the permitting process?
of course.
So you understand that a owner builder permit expires after 5 years, right?
It does now, yes.
It expires after if you haven't done work for 180 days. Is that right?
I believe it does say that, yes.
It also says that if you're building, if you have a permitted building in existence at the time that Chapter 5 was adopted, that permit will be honored. Is that right?
I would have to read that to substantiate that. There's multiple ways to interpret that particular
So
question.
what's your interpretation of this? Permitted buildings in existence at the time of the adoption of this code may have their existing permitted use or occupancy continued if such use or occupancy was legal at the time of the adoption of this code. Does that mean that if you have a permitted structure, that permitted structure will be honored?
I think the use of the past tense term permitted means that the permit was complete, as is the word that the county uses.
Correct.
So if there were a complete permit, it would be honored, yes.
So in order to complete a permit, isn't it true you need a final inspection as well as all the previous inspections?
You do.
And do you need to receive all of those approvals within the time frame that you're allowed to under the permit?
That time frame was established in August of 2021, I believe, by new update to Chapter 5. Chapter 5 was completely rewritten at that time and then adopted. So you'd have to go back to the old Chapter 5 and read that information as it was back then.
And do you know what it was back then?
I'm not that familiar with it, honestly. It's there's probably 10,000 words in that chapter.
So you mentioned earlier that it is true that somebody can apply for a permit, be issued that permit, and start conducting work, and then apply for another permit to alter or add something to that permit. Is that right?
correct, yes.
But
It's called the supplemental permit.
correct. But if somebody gets a permit, they start construction, they don't do anything, they put in a foundation, don't get any inspections, they do some framing, they don't get any inspections, that permit expires 6 years down the line, they want to do some work on that project, wouldn't they be required to apply for an as-built permit?
In my experience, we have many times called for a final inspection of an extremely old permit, and they pulled up the document, they've come out and done the inspection, and it's been finalized. So I don't think there's any hard and fast administrative rule or otherwise within the county, but my experience is that they've been honored many, many, many times in the past.
So is it your position that if the law says one thing, it doesn't matter because somebody in the administration let me do otherwise?
I can't comment on the letter of the law. I'm just telling you my experience.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any direct knowledge to the facts and circumstances regarding this particular issue on appeal before the board?
Could you clarify that?
Have you reviewed the 1987 permit that was issued on this property?
I've seen it, yes, I've looked at it.
Did it show that the property was inspected?
It did, apparently, there's no record of it, but it's interesting that there's Epic showing it at 100%, so you tell me.
Mhm. So do you know that Chapter 5 allows the director to correct a whole host of errors that could pass through the department?
I am.
So say, for example, if you submitted a building plan and it had an error that wasn't to code and it got through the building division and you started building, and when the inspector went out to inspect that work, does DPW have the authority to correct that even though it was issued in error?
That to me is speculative.
It's speculative?
You're asking me to speculate.
Right, but under Chapter 5, do you believe that the the director of the Department of Public Work has that authority?
It would, sounds like it does, yes.
He does. No further questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Logan, would you like to redirect?
Yes, Mr. McCallett, do you have any knowledge of the old records of the past and how what the county is working from to get everything into Epic and update and what a challenge that has been?
Objection, irrelevance.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. The condition of the old records or the records that the building division is working from. Do you have any knowledge of their completeness or their integrity?
Yes, I have a
Objection
very-
again as
and-
to relevance. I
Yep.
feel like we've been going down this line of questioning a lot and it doesn't pertain.
Sustain.
Okay, the records that the county is saying do not exist. Do you believe that they may exist? They just can't locate them or they can't read them because they're just old documentation?
Objection, relevant speculation.
Sustained.
Do you believe that it's possible that the county just lost these records that they say don't exist?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Okay, I withdraw. No further questions.
Thank you. Do any of the board members have any questions for Mr. McCowit? Thank you, Mr. McCowit. We have no further questions at this time. At this time, I am proposing that we take a recess before you call. Do you have any other witnesses, Ms. Logan?
Put your mic.
About that. Sorry about that. We have three more. We have Julianne Sonomora, Wayne Psyche, and Stephen Paze.
Okay, so I think we should take a break before you call your next witnesses. And is a half an hour, or are you guys good with a half an hour? Yeah, this will be a lunch break. Half an hour.
Oh, we need to pick all that stuff.
So I propose we reconvene. What time is it? At 12:15. Do I have to get a motion and a vote?
I so moved.
Oh,
I'll second the motion.
thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
We're on a lunch break. Thank you. And it is 11:45. We are reconvening the Board of Appeals meeting for April 14th, 2023. And are you recording? Okay. So we are back in session and we will continue with the case item number 488-129 Kai LLC BOA 2022-000048. Ms. Logan, I believe you have more witnesses you would like to call.
Yes, I'd like to call Julianne Sonomora to the stand, please.
Right, thank you.
No, I don't think so.
Good afternoon, Julianne Sonomora, Building Division Chief.
Good afternoon. Ms. Sonomura, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth here today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ms. Logan, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Sonomora, would you agree that the county council adopted the new 2018 code August 17th of 2020? The new code, the 2018 code was adopted by the county council.
Can you repeat the date again?
The date was August 17th of 2020 by ordinance number 2061.
Honestly, offhand, I don't know. I'd need to look it up.
Okay. So Mr. Sinclair mentioned, I'm sorry, Corp Council mentioned that the county building division provided additional notice of expired permit status to all permit holders on the county's website. Is that true?
Yes,
Why did the county feel necessary to notify people of these, if these permits were so expired?
I was not with the building division at that time,
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you tell us how long you've been in your current position with the?
July of 2022.
Oh, yeah. Ms. Sonomura, if you could
Oh, I'm
speak.
sorry, July 2022.
Can you tell us, Ms. Sonomura, how the building division is handling permits that are sort of in between, that were grandfathered, as Corp Council said, that their permits are bound by the code at the time their permit was issued? How the building division is dealing with?
I'm sorry. Can you please speak slower?
Sure, I'm sorry about that. Building division is dealing with permits, building permits that were issued prior to the code changing. And Corp Council has said that they're somewhat grandfathered from the perspective of they have to comply with the code that was in effect at the time their permits were issued. Is that a correct statement?
You're asking me how it is handled. Are you asking about extensions or?
No, I'm asking about, well, I think extensions would qualify too if an extension was given, but permits that were issued after 2012, which are not, that didn't any permits that didn't need an extension. So permits that are under the old code, is that how the division is viewing their permits, that they don't have to comply with the 2018 code? They have to comply with the code, the building code that was in existence at the time their permit was issued. Is that a correct statement?
Okay, so for permits that have not been completed, they were not completed within the duration of the permit. So every permit is issued an expiration date. And in September, I'm sorry, I have to look at my.
Sure, no, that's
I don't
fine.
know offhand,
I understand.
but okay.
Me too.
So yeah, in September of 21, The county issued notice that any permit that was expired would have receive an automatic extension of time to complete under the existing code. And that extension was further extended until June 1st of 2022. So at that point, when requests were made to extend the permit, if the permit was at final inspection, meaning you've had your foundation and framing and all you need is you have a little bit more to do, then you would be granted that extension. So the request would come in with your tax map key, your permit number, your situation and why you couldn't complete in the required 3 or 5 years. And it would be assessed. And if it was determined that you just have a little bit more to do, then you would be granted that extension.
Okay, and where are these, it sounds to me like there's kind of a lot of rules to how that's being handled as far as what's done versus what's not done and.
They're not rules because the county code dictates when the permits expired. So they were all expired. We were just offering the permittees an opportunity to complete. So it was not a rule. We're just extending that opportunity to complete.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, the expiration of permits or the ability to extend a permit was for any permits that were issued prior to 2012. Is that a correct statement?
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yes, so in the February 23 notice, it was published that permits issued on or before March 27 of 2012. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, will be expired as of June 1st, 2022.
So Mr. Osmond's permit from 2020 didn't need to have an extension. Is that correct? Because those permits you say are good for 5 years. Owner builder permits are good for 5 years. It wouldn't have expired until 2025 based on Epic. Epic shows us that type of information, or even by the code,
Well, it's not determined by Epic, it's county.
Correct. I misspoke. I apologize. The code states that owner builder permits are good for 5 years. Is that correct?
For owner builders.
For
yes.
owner builders, yes.
Provided there's continuous work. The permit
Okay.
will also, the county code also says.
So
expired.
hold on. So just answer this question for time being. The 2020 permit did not expire until 2025. Is that a correct statement? Based on the code and the owner builders,
It's conditioned.
it's conditioned. Expiration dates are conditioned?
No, the permit needs to have activity. There should be work during that time.
How do you tell? How does the department tell whether or not there's activity? Are they coming by every day to make sure something's getting worked
The
on?
permittee will request inspections. So
Right,
as
okay.
work progresses, we receive requests to inspect the work and we keep records of those inspections. And that's how we know when work is progressing.
What's the process for keeping records of inspections? Can you?
Current process is that they.
No, the process is, we're talking about a permit from 1987 and 2020. What was the county's, how were those records kept?
Back in 1987, the records were manual. I believe we've looked at that exhibit earlier this morning. That would be what we refer to as a pinky.
Can you produce an original of those documents? Those, I'm assuming that's a copy that you.
This is a copy.
you're
We do
showing.
have the original.
You do have the originals, the pinkies? Okay. I saw in
So
some.
in answer to your question, if I may, in the paper days, the inspections are recorded on the back of the page where it says inspected. Let's see, date inspected, inspector, and comments or remarks. And so that's how we keep records of progress of the permit.
And would those records have been kept in Hilo's branch or in Kona's branch, or do you have an archive?
Excuse me, Ms. Logan.
Sure.
What would be helpful is maybe if you ask a singular question,
Okay.
let her respond and then move on to your secondary question,
I apologize.
just for clarity.
Sure.
Thank you.
Records, old records like that, are they kept in Kona, in Kona, or are they kept in Hilo?
The paper permits are maintained at the office where they were issued.
I see. So they would have been in Kona,
Yes.
or I'm not actually sure where that was issued out of, but anyways. Okay, and so these are copies that you're talking about. Can we tell if there was something that was written on the back of a page that would have shown inspections? If you're saying to me that their inspections were written on the back of the pinky sheet, did I have that right?
I answered that question earlier when you asked me if there was an original we used to generate the image. Yes.
So, but what's sitting in front of you now is a copy, and so we wouldn't be able to see if there was any inspections written on the back of the paper.
I think if a copy were able to produce this header and the lines and the borders and somehow be missing the middle,
Okay.
is that what you're implying?
What I'm asking is how the records were maintained or how they were actually kept. When what I heard you tell me was that inspections were written on the back of the pink sheet.
Correct.
Okay, and we have copies here, so I'm not sure if what's there would have been copied on the back as well. So that's why I'm asking that.
Excuse me, it might be a
It's okay.
second page or the back. I imagine these are carbon copies those days.
Okay.
So somewhere on the form, but it's in the file with the permit.
Is it possible to have a house now that has a permit, say issued in 2015 or 16, that had an inspection based on 2006 codes for the foundation, and then now maybe has to do its final and it's going to have to be under a brand new code of 2018?
Objection relevance.
Oh, I'm just trying to get to what Mr. Fergus, what Corp Counsel said regarding permits being, or building permits being grandfathered under one code. And I don't believe that that's what's happening now with the building division. That if you've.
Objection
and I'd like them-
sustained.
Oh, God, I apologize. Okay. Is it possible that the records that the county has on this file have been lost, damaged, or somehow just not around? Is that possible?
Objection seeks to elicit speculative testimony.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Mr. Onamura. Did Mr. Osmond contact you during all of this time that he's been having these problems? Have you have you spoken with him? Is his recollection of what's happened accurate? Is there anything about what he's said that is not true about what he's done to make this, to do the best he can with
Can you
getting this taken care of?
Can you restate your question?
Is the testimony that Mr. Osmond's given about speaking to the county, you being one of them, accurate? And the information that he's been trying to get to resolve his
Ms.
issue of
Logan?
getting this.
Ms. Logan, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
For the purpose of clarity and for our record, as chair previously instructed, you have to ask one question at a time.
Gotcha.
Allow the witness to answer, and then you can follow up with the second part. So if your question has multiple parts, stop after the
Okay.
first part so she can appropriately answer so that we can follow along which question it is
Yes.
that she's responding to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Is Mr. Osmond's testimony about contacting the department accurate?
Objection vague and ambiguous. We're not sure what she's asking Ms. Sonamura to
Sustained.
confirm.
Ms. Logan, would you like to
Try again.
re-present it?
Yeah. Mr. Osmond testified today that he called the county on multiple occasions. Are you one of the people that he spoke with when he called and talked about his permit?
wouldn't say multiple times. Maybe he called me once.
So it's your recollection that you spoke to him one time about this?
I called him once.
Oh, you did? Okay. And what was the purpose of that phone call? Was it to notify, I'm sorry. What was the purpose of that phone call?
I called to inform him that his permit expired, his 1987 permit expired, and that therefore I think it was in the letter that we submitted. There was a
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And therefore there was a problem with the 2020 permit.
So the permits, the 1987 permit and the 2020 permit, are they separate permits?
Based on the what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm
It's
hard of
okay. No,
hearing.
it's fine.
I'm not trying to be.
Oh, no, it's
offensive,
fine.
But I am hard of hearing.
I understand. I have some issues too. The 1987 permit and the 2020 permit, are they separate and standalone permits?
No,
Can you explain that?
the 1987 permit was for an efficiency dwelling, and the 2020 permit was an alteration permit to that dwelling.
Is there a reason why there's just not an amended permit? It was given a brand new permit number?
I was not involved with that.
Okay. Is it common practice for the building department to have multiple permit numbers for the same thing?
Objection vague as to time frame. Is this now or in 1987?
So the 2020 permit, you're saying did not replace the 1987 permit?
Correct.
Was the 2020 permit issued in error due to any sort of information given by the applicant? Was there
I did not issue the 2020 permit.
So did you find anything other than the fact that you couldn't find inspections for an 87 permit to be erroneous? Is there anything else in error other than the claim that the department has that they do not have inspections for the 1987 permit?
The 1987 permit was not extended. Had there been a request for inspection, it still would not have been extended because there were no inspections. We have no evidence that this permit was being pursued in good faith during the time period that it had been issued.
The 2020 permit was issued and the 2020 permit was the active permit, correct?
Correct. I did not see any activity on that permit, so.
On which permit? The 2020 permit?
I don't have it in front of me, but the county code, in addition to time, requires that you work on your structure.
How would the county know if someone was,
I believe I answered that earlier.
that there would be inspections?
Correct.
What type of an inspection do you need to replace windows or a door?
I think it's the framing.
The framing. If this was just somebody replacing windows, you have to have an inspection, a framing inspection for replacing windows.
I don't know if it's replacing or what the scope of work is. I'm not familiar with the plans.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of the fact that Mr. Osmond was contacted by the Hilo department after he had been working with the Kona department?
I'm sorry, really, can you please speak more slowly?
I'll do my best. Are you aware that the Hilo division had contacted Mr. Osmond regarding his permit after he had already been working with the Kona division?
Objection assumes facts that aren't in evidence.
Say that again. Didn't hear.
The objection is that it's assuming facts that aren't in evidence. I don't recall any testimony about the Hilo office or Kona office contacting Mr. Osmond.
Sustained.
What type of due diligence would you expect a buyer of a property on this island, in this jurisdiction, that should be done to verify that a permit is not erroneous.
Objection calls for an opinion from somebody who's not, in that field
she-
of advising people of their due diligence.
I feel it goes to your question that, okay, all right.
I have to rule on that, so I'll say sustained, but you can rephrase your question.
Okay. The fact that there are errors in a permit or in drawings or whatever the error may be. Can the public not trust what is shown through the system, through Epic, that they have a valid permit? If the system shows that they have a valid permit. It was brought up earlier that Mr. Osmond didn't do enough due diligence.
So Ms. Logan,
Okay.
if I can just interject for a second. You want to be asking your witness specific questions about knowledge that she possesses, not about what other people testify to, because that is what evidence this board is able to consider.
Sure.
So you can ask her what her practices are,
Mhm.
you can ask her specific questions about what she does in her position as the chief of the building division,
Mhm.
but not about what other people are thinking or other people testify to, because you're going to get an objection every time because she does not have, she's not the witness to be answering that question. She doesn't have that knowledge. So I
Okay.
just want to help you streamline your questioning.
I appreciate your help. Thank you very much. Mr. Nomura, there was an RFI that was a PDF on Epic, page 4, where a foundation inspection was found, or where you actually had acknowledged that there was a foundation inspection for the 1987 permit in one of your emails that was retrieved from a records request. So the request for information that was requested showed that you had commented to a colleague that there was a foundation inspection that had been performed.
I do not recall.
And I'd also object that this email, it's not in exhibits. I've never seen the email. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the email. It's not in evidence. There's no evidence that there was.
I believe the record that Mr. Osmond requested, the RFI for request for information, was submitted to the Board of Appeals in Epic's system. So I'm not sure.
Correct. Overruled. The document exists as part of one of the documents provided to us to review, and it's called the 2023-01-23 RFI BLD document. And it is 159 pages long.
Is that email in that document?
There's a number of emails in the document that we have reviewed and a
Page 60.
number of various threads. So Mr. Salas Ferguson, if you are requiring which particular page Ms. Logan is referring to, what is your objection?
I'd ask that the witness be presented with that email so that they can review it and respond.
We didn't print 159 pages of documents, but it's on, I have an electronic view of it, if that helps.
Can I see it?
So Ms. Logan, for Ms. Sonomura to respond to it, you would need to have presented a copy of it so she can read it. And
Is the
refer
digital
to it.
copy permissible or no?
Say that again?
Is the digital copy of what's on the screen from PDFs?
If DPW accepts that form to be presented to Ms. Sonomura to review.
I'll just suggest that you just ask the question.
So there is an email record that where you stated that there was a foundation inspection. So what I'm trying to get to is what what is really the record. So I have an email that where you state there was a foundation inspection, hearing other people say there's not been any inspections.
I don't recall the email, but the record shows there is none. I don't know if it came or how I was able to make that statement or that discovery. I do not recall.
Okay. Is it possible that you did find something that prompted you to write this email that we just has been forgotten, that you've forgotten that you found it? There's so many things going on and lots of different permits in your mind. Is it possible that you wrote this email and you were wrong?
Objection calls for speculation, asked and answered.
Speculation that she's, okay.
Sorry, sustained.
Okay, well,
Ms. Logan.
yes.
So the board is confused as well about what document you're specifically referring to. If there is a date or something that you can refer to, normally you would want to refresh the witness's recollection of something with that document, but the board is unable to follow as well because it's not been specifically identified.
Okay. Is it possible for me to show the witness the PDF? No, you said no, you didn't want me to do that.
Ms. Logan?
Yeah.
So if the document you're referring to is part of the documents that we have in front of us, we have it electronically as well.
Yes, page.
If it is this RFI document you're referring to, perhaps you could point us to what page?
Yes, page 64. I apologize.
So, yes, so it starts with 2023 in the index. So this is the document. So if you go in through to page 2 of the index, it is 2023. Dash 01 dash 23 dash 23 RFI BLD 22 dash 112 requested documents partial part 1. And you are referencing page 63.
It's just a PDF of that. May I read the email or do you folks have it on your screen?
I think you should read it for clarity.
And then I just want to make sure that I just saw a screenshot of the email. I want to make sure that it's the entire document. I don't know if there's something after that reply.
Would it be acceptable to DPW that if Ms. Logan reads it to us and we have it in front of us for reference to verify that is indeed the same document?
Yeah, but I would like the witness to also be able to see like the entire email thread, just to refresh your memory and be able to answer a question based off that, maybe.
Understood. Hold on one second. Ms. Logan, so while Ms. Sonomora is reviewing the document, what I need you for the record is to identify what the document is that you're referring to, then what page number and the date of the email you're referencing, and from whom and to whom the email was sent.
Okay. So I believe that this is the document that's titled 2023-01-23, or the 23rd of January of 2023. RFI Building 22-112, request for information, page 64 of 159.
And
The email is sent on November 20th by Ms. Sunamora to Dwayne. Here we go. Sorry about this. Was sent on November 20th, 2022 at 12:37 PM from Julianne Sunamora to Dwayne and Wayne. Can I continue with the email?
Has everyone found that email on the board?
Yeah, but is she referring to the second one?
Yes, we follow, so you can
So-
proceed with your questioning.
Okay, so Ms. Sunamora, in this email, I can't paraphrase, so I need to read the whole thing word for word.
You should just ask a question about
Okay.
it.
Okay. So in this email, Ms. Sunamora, you explained to Dwayne and Wayne that you're having difficulty explaining why the permit number 872263 could not be extended. Why were you having difficulty?
Why was I?
You say in the email that you were having difficulty explaining to the owner, Mr. Osmond,
Mhm.
why his permit could not be extended. What was difficult? Why were you having trouble explaining?
Why was it difficult to explain his
Yes.
permit was not extended?
No, that's not what the email says. The email
She-
says why it could not be.
She's
Yeah. why it
just
cannot be
clarifying
extended.
your question.
I apologize. Go ahead. You're speaking back to me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It was difficult to explain because he was very persistent for one. I tried to explain to him about how you need to be at the point of final inspection to get the extension. And we kept looking for records and looking for something that would tell us he was at final inspection. So if I may, I'm reading through this thread and I'm vaguely recalling. My email was addressed to the Kona supervisors. Hang on. So Dwayne is a building inspector, Wayne is electrical, and Eddie's plumbing. So I was asking them this question because I had stumbled upon what looked like a complaint. And in that complaint, I'm saying there's no electric and plumbing permits. And Wayne had answered that, yeah, there's no electrical installed. So things were not making total sense to me. And it could be because I was not familiar with I'm not sure where I found that information. I'm guessing maybe it was on an earlier permitting system magnet or something that had complaint histories in it. But it was not making sense to me. So I had asked the supervising inspectors to clarify.
And your comment that the original permit had a foundation inspection that you say in this email.
There's something discrepant about that because a complaint would not have a foundation inspection, might report the foundation. the inspection looks at the dimensions, the reinforcing, and it happens before the concrete is poured. So had they gone out on a complaint, that it's already constructed. And so what I was talking about, there's these photographs of this house or dwelling, right? So it's like, you know, there's a question line even if we were at the right site. So that it's not real clear what's happening on the complaint.
On the complaint.
So the complaint is different from the permit inspections.
And do you recall what the complaint was that they had to go, that you were following up on? Were you following up on the complaint?
No, I was just searching through records and I stumbled upon this. And because I was not here at that time, I asked the supervising inspectors what they had found.
And what did they find?
Wayne reported back that he said that at the top of that page, it says, Tommy just returned and confirmed that the structure has no electrical installed. The only electrical is the service which was permitted. You need to see his pictures, ?
How were you able to close the complaint? So were you able to close the complaint? Do you know?
I cannot tell.
So the question, I guess, is, did the house have a foundation inspection or did it not have a foundation inspection?
The foundation inspection would have been with the permit records. And no, there was no foundation inspection. But to be clear, to receive the extension, you need foundation, then framing. At that point, you can be considered for an extension. So I was trying to help Mr. Osman. I'm looking for ways to help him. And I just didn't see that in there where we could say, hey, yeah, you know, we misplaced something, but there's no discussion about framing. Had he had his framing, he just needed to do his final, then maybe we could have helped him out. But being as how this was, you know, the 1987 permit, and we have no records of construction code inspections.
Right.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Say that one more time. You don't have what?
We don't have records. The 1987 records don't show any inspection for the permit.
Right. And isn't that
That's a complaint?
and you don't know what caused you to say in this email that it had a foundation inspection?
No,
You don't recall that?
no.
Okay. So the way you were trying to help Mr. Osman and find inspections or find what he had done, you couldn't find a way to help.
No, we could not. No, we could not.
So the 1987 permit was pulled by somebody totally different and not him. He wouldn't have any records of that sort of a thing. Why does the county not take the responsibility for maintaining their records
We
as
do have records.
they are to do?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. We do have records.
But you don't have a complete set of records. Is that true?
Objection. Misstates testimony, assumes facts and evidence. There are records, no records of inspections.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Salas Ferguson, do you have a cross?
Very brief, Chair, thank you. Ms. Onamura, just to be completely clear on all of this, the Department of Public Works does not have any records that this structure on Mr. Osman's property received any inspections.
That's correct. We have no record of inspection.
And because that property never received any inspections, it expired 5 years after it was issued. Is that right?
Correct.
And no one ever sought an extension or received an extension on that 1987 permit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this resolution to all of this is for Mr. Osman to file with the building division as built permit application. Is that correct?
A permit application to bring it up to code.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Life
you.
and safety.
And that's all. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Logan, do you have any redirect questions?
Not at this time.
Do any of the board members have any questions for Ms. Sonomura?
I have a question. In the clarification that you asked Ms. Sonomura, you said that there were no records of any inspections on the original permit. Yet the email that we just looked at, Dwayne or Wayne says that they did have a foundation inspection. Can you clarify that?
I think Kelly Wilson, our witness, will be able to clarify, what went on with that situation. I think the explanation for that, if you're asking me, is that during that email, they're trying to figure out stuff, what's going on here, what's going on there. And there was a complaint filed on a property. I'm not sure it was on this exact property or the neighboring property. But I wasn't there. I don't know too much about that, but our witness, Kelly Wilson, can talk to that a little bit more. And as I recall, Julianne's answer is, I don't recall exactly where that came from.
Okay, they referenced the permit number in it. So let me just go back and see if that was the original permit number.
So the
872263. And the email refers to 877263.
Oh, there you go. It's a different permit.
That is the
The email and the permit in the email. So the permit that we're talking about is 872263, but the permit being referred to in the email is, what did you just state? It's not 872263, right?
It is.
It is, okay. So yeah, hopefully our witness can clarify, that discrepancy. But
Well, I mean, is this an accurate statement in the email that there was a foundation inspection performed? And if so, where was it documented?
so I think you're gonna have to ask the witness that question.
Yeah, that.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Ms. Sonomura. Ms. Sonomura, so is your expertise or role for the department to be able to clarify policy and procedure?
Yes.
So is what you folks refer to as the pinky for the 1987 permit, is it the policy and procedure of the department that if there are no referencing inspections on that second page, that it is a definitive conclusion, or you would, or the staff would definitively conclude that there in fact were no inspections for that permit?
Yes, that's correct.
So I think what Mr. Henderson's alluding to is the email correspondence states that a foundation inspection was discovered, but the document, the pinky, does not have that inspection referenced on it. So is there, I guess my question is, how would you explain that discrepancy if the statement is 100% conclusive that the only way you could determine a permit was complete and inspected was by the referencing notes on that pinky slip?
The pinky slip would prevail, that the discussion that we're having, the email discussion that we're having was related to a complaint. And I'm not recalling the details of the complaint right now. Obviously, I wrote this email, not sure the choice of words. As I mentioned earlier, it could have been from looking at the photograph and saying, hey, we have this here. I don't know where I got those words from, honestly.
Okay,
Because policy and procedure does prevail, it's recorded on the pinky by the inspector.
I understand. And I'm not sure if this question is appropriate still to you or Mr. Salas Ferguson. Maybe you could clarify if it's not. So in referencing to the complaint, that wasn't a document that was provided as part of the discovery. Was there any additional information on it actually did show something. It showed that there was a complaint and the complaint was closed out, but it never explained the nature of the complaint or what was being inspected. And I'm just wondering what the relevance, or if there is any relevance that might determine where they were at in the project.
So I'll speak to it, and if Julian wants to speak to it as well, but I don't know what the complaint was. We're not even certain the complaint was made on this property. It could have been made on a neighboring property. And I don't know, maybe. Kelly, do you remember anything on that?
There were two complaints down in the same area. So there might have been confusion. There was,
So sorry, yeah, Kelly. Maybe we'll just save this line of questioning for Kelly, because that witness is answered. She doesn't recall where that came from, but she does recall and know for personal knowledge that there's no records that the property was inspected.
Okay, understood.
Chair, while you're doing that, I'd like to ask Ms. Sonomora another question related
Yes,
to building
sorry,
permits.
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Ms. Sonomora, on the building permit applications that we have entered into evidence, we have a pink one that was the 1987 permit issued. And then we have, following that, a yellow building permit application, which I believe is the 2020 application that Mr. Fullerton put in. Fullerton, well, the owner at that time. My question is related to how the county deals with an as-built permit application, because this seems to be with the expired permits that we have over here. One of the things that we have to do is go back in with an as-built permit. So, and I note on the plans that the architect submitted that he did have the original as-built plan there, and then what he was referring to as the new renovation on that. When you submit a permit, where is that as-built, or how do you determine that with your permits right now?
It would come in with the alteration permit.
It would be an alteration permit?
The alteration permit is the 2020.
Yeah.
And it was altering original efficiency dwelling that was permitted in 1987. So you would be saying these are the 1987 plans, and this is what I'm changing of those plans.
And on that building permit application, is there a notification of the permit that they're coming in to alter?
I'm not familiar with the procedures they were using in 2020.
I'm just looking to see how it gets tied together, and I don't see any reference on what Mr. Peterson submitted as an alteration, where it talks about, and this is of course before Epic came in. Thank you.
I have one further question. Does the department have a policy on a threshold or a deadline to revoke a permit that is then found to have been issued in error? Or, well, I guess I'll let you answer that question first.
We don't have a policy for it. We just follow the county code that says that if we find we have issued an error, that the director or the authority having jurisdiction can make that call.
And okay, so one further question. So in the case of an application for what's it called? An alteration, it would assume that a structure exists. Is it the policy then of the department before issuing the alteration permit to verify that the original building permit was completed? Or, as I believe the previous testifier testified, Mr. McCowett had made a statement that they are completely independent of one another. So building permits are independent, meaning you could file an alteration permit concurrently with an active building permit.
Yes, you can file one concurrently. So if the 87 were active, if it had been granted an extension and it was in active construction, yes, you could do a alteration permit on that.
So the issuing of an alteration permit, does that require whoever's approving the permit to have gone back on the property records to look at any previous permits, or is it looked at independent in and of itself?
I believe they do a search on the tax map key and they would have found an open permit that was issued in 87. And in 2020, they would have assumed that was still under construction and issued an alteration so that it would happen concurrently. What's really strange about this situation is the alteration permit asked to replace plumbing fixtures. The original permit never even had any plumbing or electric pulled on it. So that was already a red flag that, that something is wrong here.
So the department's searching policy is to look on the public records or the tax map key website, but
yes,
are you saying then the tax map key status is indicative of whether you have a permitted completed structure, and what is that status that they're looking for?
we would be looking for a permit, and secondly, the status of that permit. And back in 2020, when permits were not being expired by the 5-year rule, it was not being enforced in that way, that we would have just seen an open permit. Yes, we're altering something that's already there.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions. Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Sonomura. Ms. Logan, do you have any other witnesses you'd like to call?
Well, I did have just one other question for Ms. Sonomura. It's real quick. I'm sorry.
Oh.
No, so in your, there's a letter that you wrote on October 6th of 2022, which was in response to a letter that Mr. Osmond's counsel at the time had written. It's exhibit 1 of his complete petition for appeal. And on page 2 of that letter, second paragraph, you state that there are 2 separate permits, indicating that the 2020 permit is a standalone permit on its own. And what I'm hearing from others is that the 2020 permit relies on the 87 permit. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your letter to Mr. Osmond, you state that permits that are involved are two separate permits. The 87 permit, I'm assuming, is completed, or it was renewed or updated by the 2020 permit. And the 2020 permit is what is now in effect.
I think you're reading or extrapolating from what's written there. So when I'm saying that it's two separate permits because they're two different numbers, I explained that 87-2263 is for the efficiency, and the second one, BK 2020, is for the alterations. And it goes on to say that the 87 permit did not have any of the inspections. That's the intent of the paragraph there.
So the 2020 permit was not now the new and superseding the,
No, it doesn't supersede. It wasn't all encompassing. It was for a particular scope of work, the 2020 permit.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sonomura. Ms. Logan, you want to call your next witness?
I'd like to call Wayne Psyche. Wayne Psyche, I'm sorry. Wayne Psyche.
All right, Mr. Psyche.
I don't think so. I hope not. Thank you, April.
Hi, if you could state your name for the record and tell us who you are, and then I'll swear you in.
Okay, Wayne Psyche, electrical supervisor and inspector for West Hawaii.
Great. Mr. Psyche, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Psyche. As the electrical supervisor for the inspectors here in Kona, I'm assuming, I shouldn't assume, but you're familiar with the process of HELCO having and putting permanent power in someone's house, that they have to see that a final was completed with the county's permitting process?
Sorry. I
It's
didn't
okay.
understand anything you said. Can you?
Sure. In order to get permanent power at a house that's had a building permit, Telco require, have you seen in the past that they require the building permit to be final before they install permanent power? As the supervisor does the county have to sign off on something before someone can get permanent power?
Okay. The procedure is, number one, you got to get an electrical permit. Okay. And the electrical permit could include the wiring of the dwelling and for service work. Okay. At which time we would send a request in to HELCO if they wanted to energize before the house was finished, so they can use it for construction power. And yes, after the house is completed, a notice would go to HELCO of the completion.
Sorry. If a house has permanent power, if I understand you correctly, the county is the one that requests that for when a building permit is completed? Is that what you just said?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that question either. Could you repeat it?
Yeah. Could I repeat the question?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Did I understand you correctly that when you said your answer just a minute ago, that the county notifies HELCO when a permit is complete, when a permit's final?
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. So in order for Mr. Osmond to get power, the building department had to have notified HELCO that it was complete.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Well, I have
There could be many ways that somebody could get power.
Mr. Psyche, can you get permanent power without the county calling Helco when there's a house that's been built?
Okay, you could not get any permanent power without an electrical permit. Period.
Right, and does the county have to initiate the action with Helco, or can the builder do that?
No. The county will do it.
The
yeah.
county does it?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So. In order to get an electrical permit, do you have to have a structure that's legal? Can you get an electrical permit for a structure that is unpermitted?
Okay, can you repeat that?
Can you get an electrical permit for a structure that is unpermitted?
Sure, yes. Oh, you mean unpermitted building wise
Yes,
or unpermitted?
an unpermitted structure. Do you give electrical permits? There was an electrical permit that was issued in 2022. Can you get an electrical permit for a building structure that is unpermitted?
Miss Logan,
Sure.
I'm gonna just try to give you a little bit of guidance.
Okay, thank you.
You're talking about pulling a permit for a building process, and then you're referring to something as permanent electric. Those are two different things. And you're interchanging them,
Okay.
and they're two completely different things. What the witness has already testified to, and why I'm trying to help you, is because we have a hard stop this afternoon at 2:30, and I want to speed along the
Yeah, I'm
process.
sorry. I apologize.
Essentially, if you're talking about the building part, where Mr. Psyche already testified that you can pull a permit for construction, is very different from permanent. After what he has testified to, that the building is complete, that the county has relayed that information to Helco, and therefore the permanent power can be put in at that time. Two separate things, but you're kind of tying them all together. So if we can just expedite it, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Psyche. Answer my question. I'm done with this witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Salas Ferguson,
No questions.
any of the board members, Mr. Henderson?
Mr. Psyche, thank you for coming and testifying here. I have a question as to, and since you're the inspector supervisor for electrical here in Kona, how is the inspector's information recorded on site and then provided to the county department that's carrying the permit, that it would be entered onto the pink sheet? What transpires?
Okay, are you talking about current or 87?
You can go back to 87 and tell us what was in place then and then what is in place now.
Okay, I can just assume because I wasn't here in 87, but at that time was all paper. So they would probably give them a duplicate copy of the inspection results after they do the inspection. Because when I came in 2000, that was the procedure. We would do paper inspections and leave a copy at the job site for the contractor and file the other one in our.
So
files.
the inspector never saw the actual information put on the permit. It was just handed in.
The inspector wouldn't see what's on the inspection report. But he's the one that made the inspection report.
Yeah, but what the clarification is, the inspector made a report when he went down there and he basically handed in that paperwork. He did not physically put that on the permanent copy of the permit.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. And again, speculating in old days, they used to take that report, come back and transpose it to what we used to call, in our case, was a yellow building permit copy. So we would have on that copy, if roughing was done, if it got passed or it got rejected, you know, why it got rejected. Yeah, that was our record in the old days.
The yellow copy.
Yellow copy,
Yeah.
electricals, yellow copy. Yeah.
Okay, and so when we look at a pink copy or a salmon colored copy, whose inspection is that?
Every entity had their own color. So I think plumbing was blue, and I'm not sure what building may have been orange or salmon or, you know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Can I
Any
just,
more?
oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Salas Ferguson.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a couple follow-up questions. So Mr. Psyche, for the 1987 permit, there was no electrical or plumbing pulled, right? It was just the building permit pulled.
Right.
And when you came into the Department of Public Works, you said in approximately 2000.
Yeah.
The practice was the inspector would inspect, put his notes on the inspection sheet, give a copy to the contractor and bring the other copy back to the department place it in file with the building
Correct.
permit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I do have one question for Mr. Psyche. The electrical permit that was issued for the 2020 building permit, is there any research, or are you the person who would approve or issue the permit, or are you just inspecting?
Okay, referencing the 2020 building permit,
Yes.
there was no electrical permit pulled.
I believe Ms. Logan's documents state that there is a 2020 permit. So your testimony is that there is no electrical permit
Related to
against
that
the
building permit.
2020 building permit.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Psyche. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Chair, I was wondering, we have two witnesses left. They have their last witness, Steve Pase, and then I'm going to call Kelly Wilson. If we could take just a quick break and then proceed and finish up with those two witnesses.
You want to break? Did you just ask for break now?
5-minute break.
Sure.
Thank you.
We were breaking for 5 minutes. Logan, if you would like to please call your next witness.
I'm done for right now. Mr.
Um,
Corp Counsel.
You're done? Thank you. Mr. Salas Ferguson, as the appellee, would you like to call your first witness?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to call Stephen Pawsey, the Director of the Department of Public Works.
Great. Mr. Paz, can you please introduce yourself, tell us who you are, and then I'll swear you in.
Yes,
Thank you.
Stephen Pawsey, and I'm the Director of Public Works.
Thank you. Mr. Pawsey, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Salas Ferguson, you can proceed.
Thank you. Steve, I had a bunch of questions to ask you, but I'm going to keep it short because we're going to finish here at 2:30, and I think I would just want to narrow the issues. But again, can you just restate? You're the Director of the Department of Public Works, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And how long have you held that position?
I became the Acting Director in June of 2022. I was appointed by the mayor in August of 2022, and I was confirmed by County Council in September of 22.
And then just briefly, so that we can establish that your credentials, can you just give us a brief background of your education and work experience before working for the county?
Sure. I've been with the county for 2.5 years. I held a position at DEM as an engineer, and then that started in October of 20. And then I became the Deputy Director for Public Works in May of 2021. I have a bachelor's and a master's degree from the University of Mass in Amherst, and I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of Hawaii. I've been since 2017. And prior to that, I held, to moving here, I held positions on the mainland, out of school, working for an engineering firm. And then I ended up working for an oil company for 18 years and a mining company for 8 years, as positions as project manager, project director. That's it.
So it's fair to say, Director Pawsey, that you have many, many years of experience in the design construction field.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that you are tasked with administering and enforcing the Hawaii County Code Chapter 5, the Construction Administrative Code?
Yes.
And you're also required to render interpretations of the construction code when it's necessary. Is that true?
That's correct.
And so are you familiar with the Kai LLC property?
I've become familiar with it through this case. The answer is yes.
And so ultimately, you've rendered a decision on the permits at issue in this property. Is that right?
Yes.
And let's walk through that. So I know we've heard this a lot, but from your standpoint, that 1987 permit expired at least at the earliest, or at 1993, that permit was expired. Is that right?
Per the code, Chapter 5, that permit would have expired 5 years. It was an owner build, so it would have expired 5 years after it was issued in 1987. So that would be 1992. And it could also be interpreted through the code that it expired earlier because there was no activity.
Okay. And so does DPW issue permits on an unpermitted structure?
Could you restate?
Yeah,
that?
I'm sorry. So if somebody came in with an unpermitted structure that was built in 1987, it was unpermitted, and they wanted to do something to that building, would they be required to bring that building up to current code?
Yes,
Um,
if I may.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
think, just again, based on the evidence, what we're talking about here, and maybe the question would be, would it be appropriate to issue an alteration permit on an unpermitted structure? And the answer would be no.
Thank you, Steve. Or Mr. Pause. So why was that 2020 permit revoked?
So it was revoked because the original 1987 permit never was completed, and there were no inspections, and there was never a final inspection issued. It's a simple, the reason the building codes exist is because of life safety. And it's inappropriate to be doing alterations on a building that's not permitted. And it would have been permitted originally under an old code. So the answer you brought up earlier would be that it should have been brought up to proper code, but the permit had expired.
It's Dr. Pazzi, you're aware that the code gives you quite a lot of authority, powerful authority to correct errors and omissions that pass through the Department of Public Works. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
So the Department of Public Works has broad authorities. For example, if a building plan got approved by the Department of Public Works and it went through all 3 of the inspections and even got finalized, if somebody made a complaint on that property and it turns out that that building had a violation of the construction code, isn't it true that you have the authority to require that error to be fixed?
The director has that latitude, correct?
And the director has the latitude also to revoke a permit that was issued in error, whether it was in violation of the construction code or whether it was issued on false premises. Is that correct?
Yes.
So regardless of whoever submitted that information, if there's incorrect information in a permit, it can be revoked by the director.
Yes.
And the reason for that is, I think you mentioned earlier, because the whole purpose of this code is protect life and safety. Is that right?
Yes.
So that 2020 permit was issued in error, right? It shouldn't have been issued.
The 2020 permit should not have been issued to do alterations on an unpermitted structure. That's correct.
And that's your interpretation of the code and how it's applied to this situation.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms.
Sorry,
Logan, do you
one
have-
last thing. I'm
Oh,
sorry. Director Pazzi, is there anything else that you saw through this testimony or anything else that you'd like to add for the board to consider?
A few things that I think are noteworthy. I mentioned earlier that I've been the director since August of 22. And there have been, I'm sorry, since September officially. It wasn't until confirmation. There's been a lot that has gone on, and I think we've talked a little bit about Epic this afternoon, and it being rolled out. It feels like the evening, sorry. It was rolled out in July of 21. The issue that's in front of us is really a code issue. It has nothing to do with Epic. Epic is an electronic permitting system. It's a records keeping system. There was a lot of work that was done to roll over old records from at least 3 systems into this new system. Mr. Psyche explained, since he's the oldest of us all here, explained about the paper system and what actually transpired. And I would say that the information has been there all along. And when you look at the permit that was issued in 87, the department just through all those years never really did anything to enforce the code. The code says You have 3 years to build a house if you're a contractor, 5 years if you're an owner builder. And a lot of the final sorts of information that was put forth to permit holders whose permits had actually expired, there was a lot of grace that was granted in the 90s and the 2000s, and certainly up to and including to the time that Epic was rolled out. So I often tell people when you pull a permit, it has a finite time period to it, 3 years or 5 years. And there is also opportunities to extend that permit, and that falls completely on the holders of those permits. It's, you know, in a way, it's analogous to having a driver's license. You have to renew your driver's license. They don't necessarily send you a note saying you have to, but the short of it is the permit system as it exists, the code as it exists has always been there to let people know what the expectations are when you have a building permit. There's nothing implied that a permit is forever. And I think the department, at least in the years that I've worked there as a deputy and as the director, has made attempts to work with people to get them to the point where, you know, gee, if you only need a final inspection, we can give you an extension. We actually do work with permit holders to try to get them over that last hurdle. In a particular case like this, there was no records of any inspections done, and it's really difficult once you passed the final notice that we put out about, gee whiz, all of these are going to be expired officially as of June 1st of 2022. We do, and we have a record of working with lots and lots of people. In this particular case, there was no request that was done in the time frame, so we were left with this situation. And again, as I stated, the 2020 permit was issued in error because it was an alteration on an unpermitted structure.
And Director Pase, when you're confronted with an error, your hands are tied. You're required to enforce the code. Is that right?
Yes, and in this particular case, we did reach out to the applicant and proposed a couple of alternatives, and they weren't accepted, and here we are today.
No further question.
Good
Ms.
afternoon,
Wilson.
Mr. Pose.
Go ahead. Do you have any cross-examination?
I'm sorry?
Any cross-examination for Mr.
Yes.
Pase?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Pase, you're also tasked with the code, Hawaii County Code 5-5-29 for maintaining a proper records. Is that correct?
I don't have the code in front of me. Could you show it to me, please?
Sure.
Could you restate that section?
What's that?
Could you restate the section that you
Sure,
referenced,
sure.
please?
Hawaii County Code 5-5-2, number 9.
I 5-5-2 is posting.
Is what? I'm sorry.
5-5-2.
It's crazy. I'm sorry. It's 5-2-2, number 9.
Thank you.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Remember all that. since it's the code and all.
Okay, I've read it. Could you repeat the question,
Is,
please?
yeah, you have a responsibility under the code, under that section for maintaining proper records? Yes or no?
Yes, that's what it says.
Is it possible that your records are not accurate, not complete?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you believe that the records that you have are accurate?
Again, calls for speculation. Opinion.
Sustained.
Would we have any way of knowing, would the department have any way of knowing if the records were not 100% complete?
Objection vague, speculatory, ambiguous.
I'm sorry. say that again.
Objection vague, speculatory, and ambiguous.
Would you have any, would you,
Sustained.
would you as the director have any way to verify if the records you were looking at were complete?
I have no reason to believe that these records are not complete.
Do you have any reasons to believe that they are?
I think I just answered that.
Okay, moving on. Life and safety, you say that life and safety is part of your, that you're tasked with that as the director to life and safety being,
I said that the purpose of the building codes is life and safety, protection of life and safety.
and for you to enforce those and for you to, I'm sorry, for you to enforce those and interpret them, that's your concern too, correct?
Yes.
Would the building division allow for permanent electrical supply to be hooked up to an unpermitted structure?
Objection cumulative. We've already had testimony on that topic.
Oh, I didn't get it clear with Mr. Psyche. I thought maybe Mr. Pause could answer that.
I'll overrule that and you can answer the question.
So to the best of my knowledge, first of all, I would defer to the expertise of the building division and their electrical supervisor who was just here before me.
Well, I guess I can recall him. Okay. I'm sorry, that's okay. I'll recall Mr. Psyche, but is Mr. Psyche who you would think could answer that question?
Yes.
Does the code actually require you to revoke a building permit that had an error? Does it require you?
I would have to read the exact language. There is a wide range of professional judgment that I believe is allotted this position.
The reason that you gave for revoking this permit was that it was in error. But would you agree that it was not the error of Mr. Osmond?
The building permit was revoked because it was attached to another permit that had expired.
Is that Mr. Osmond's fault? Did he, are we in this situation because he didn't follow the code?
Objection. Mr. Pause is not Mr. Osmond.
Sustained.
This error was back in 2020. Would you agree?
Could you speak to which error you're referring?
The reason that you revoked the permit for the error that you revoked the permit occurred in 2020.
Technically, the 2020 permit should have never been issued because the 1987 permit had expired. There were no inspections and that structure was non-permitted. Therefore, no one should have been living in it.
So the error was on the department side that they didn't conduct inspections.
Objection.
Or they did.
Sustained, objection sustained.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Redirect.
No redirect. Thank you.
Any questions by the board for Mr. Pazé? Seeing none, Mr. Salas Ferguson, do you have any other witnesses? Thank you, Mr. Pazé, for your testimony.
Thank you, Director. Yes, just one very quick witness, Deputy Building Division Chief Kelly Wilson.
Afternoon, I'm Kelly Wilson, Deputy Building Chief, County of Hawaii.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just gonna ask you, Kelly, really, Mr. Wilson, questions about three topics: the electrical pole that we talked about, we heard about earlier, the 3 permit system, and then the complaint that was discussed with Julian. So for the electrical pole, can somebody ask Helco to bring electric to a pole at their property?
Yes.
Does that require any approval from the building division?
Service permit or service line dropped, and most of the time that is for the construction. That's not for permanent power to the structure.
I think your mic is not.
How's this? Sorry. I didn't want to blast anybody out. The Helco will provide a service pole for construction use. That's not for the permanent power for the residents. There are a lot of times when people get the service pole and then continue to work on their residence and build their residence, even live in their residence, but they are actually rated at a higher rate than they would be if they'd have finished a residence and got it at a residential rate.
So, Mr. Wilson, so it doesn't require building division's approval for somebody to put a pole on their property with electricity to the pole. Is that right?
That would be correct.
But to connect that pole to the house, that would require some type of indication from the building division to Helco that that electrical was installed properly, that the entire permit was finalized. Is that right?
In order to get power to the residential structure, they'd need a building permit. Back in 87 and also in 20, there was a 3 permit system where you had your building permit. From that, you pulled your licensed electrician pulled their electrical permit, and your licensed plumber would pull their permit. And for that, then service could actually be provided to the dwelling under construction once it got to a point, so that they could actually have power inside while they're working on it. Otherwise, they're working from the service pole.
And is it possible that, you know, somebody who's not following the law could just connect electricity to that pole and to the house? They could do some unpermitted electrical work and power up their house?
There's examples of that island-wide.
Okay. And you referenced the permit system. So in 1987 and in 2020, in order to get a a final on your property to receive all the necessary inspections, you would have to pull a building permit, an electrical permit, and a plumbing permit. Is that right?
That is correct. And in the order of permitting and getting your final, all the permits start with their rough in for the plumbing and electrical, and then their foundation. All those have to be inspected and then approved. And then they move on to their rough ends and their framing permit or the framing inspection. Once those are all completed, then they will continue with construction and finish up with their finals, which actually for plumbing and electrical, that's the actual installation of the fixtures. And then once those are all in, those two permits have to be finalized before the building permit is finalized and final permit inspection is called for.
So that 1987 permit, I'm not, being a little bit repetitive here, but just want to be very clear, the 1987 permit, an electrical or a plumbing permit was never pulled in conjunction with that building permit.
That is correct.
And in fact, on the 1987 permit, it says no electricity.
That is what it says on there, yes.
And then that 2020 permit, it states that it's going to do alterations, remove and replace fixtures in existing kitchen, bathroom, and entry, remove and replace existing deck stairs, add new water gallon tank, electrical, and plumbing.
That is correct.
But whatever electrical plumbing that was in that property was unpermitted at that time. Is that right?
Prior to this application and permit, yes.
Because that in 1987 permit again was expired, never received any
Permits were never
extensions.
pulled for those two trades.
And is it your understanding that the burden to follow the law and to follow the code is on the person who's actually the permit holder?
That is correct.
That's the ultimate burden rests with that
That is
person.
correct. Whoever pulls the permit, be it owner, builder, or contractor, they're responsible then for having licensed professionals pull the electrical and plumbing and continuing on with the construction from there.
Does the building division have resources to monitor every project and make sure that the contractor and the owner are following all of the laws to the T?
That's called inspections.
That's
So when they are ready for inspections, our guys go out and they do the inspections per the code. And if everything's correct, they pass the inspection. If it's not, then they fail it. They will cite what code sections are not met or what needs to be corrected. And then the contractors will address those and call for re-inspection.
And if an inspector misses like a railing, say they inspect the railing and they say it's okay, but then later on it's super weak and can't even support a 6-year-old kid, does the Department of Public Works have the authority to come in and require that railing be brought up to code?
If we get a complaint on it, we do.
If you're what?
If we get a complaint on it, we do receive complaints from time to time, actually almost every day. And some of that goes anywhere from what's being built without a permit to issues like railings, like you suggested, be it in residential or non-res.
But nothing prohibits the Department of Public Works from requiring a building to be fixed, to be brought up to code. Is that right?
Restate that.
Sorry, I'll restate that. So even if something was approved by the Department of Public Works in error, the Department of Public Works has the authority to correct that error. Is that right?
While the permit is open.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we can be called back in for a re-inspection. If any of the inspectors see something, they can also ask the other inspectors to come back in and re-inspect.
Okay, thank you. And now I want to talk about that email earlier from Julian, that internal discussion about the complaint. Were you involved in that discussion about the complaint?
I believe at that time there was 2 complaints down in that same area. There were inquiries. I think one was a complaint. I'm not sure about the second one. But there was a complaint about a residence being built. There had been a foundation poured, I believe, and approved, and then I believe the property had been sold like similar to this once or twice. And construction had continued on with that one, and I believe that might have been the confusion there in this email.
So that complaint was filed on a piece of property close to the property that we're talking about today.
I believe it was. And a lot of the times when we get complaints for our inspectors to go out, generally they'll try to get as many in that, not as many, but several in that area, so they can do several inspections to be conservative of the resources we have.
So it's very possible that that foundation inspection that was referenced in the email was for another property.
It could have been, yes.
And again, last question. No evidence that that 1987 permit received any inspections or final approval.
According to the Pinky.
Okay. Is there anything that you'd like to add for the board's edification regarding this issue?
I don't think so. Do you have any questions?
Sorry, we'll let, thanks, Mr. Wilson. I don't have any
I
other
like the
questions.
microphone,
Thank you. Any cross-examination? And I will remind everyone, we have 20 minutes before we turn into pumpkins.
Mr. Wilson, the complaint that was acted upon is, why would it be possible for it to be closed if this was an unpermitted structure?
This was not, technically, this had a permit at one time. It had an expired permit. So in a way, we're splitting hairs at some degrees, because originally this structure did have a permit, but then it expired. So then it became an unpermitted or unfinalized permit. So an unpermitted structure.
Okay, so this complaint that generated that email was in 2017. So it wasn't at the time, I mean, it was already expired, but how can you close a permit, close a complaint on an unpermitted structure that you went to investigate, that there was investigation done on?
Objection, it assumes facts, not in evidence. We're not clear that, I don't think there's been any testimony that there was a complaint filed against Mr. Osmond's property. I think the testimony is that it was probably filed on a different property, which led to the confusion.
Sustain. That's, I believe, what was clarified, that there's no definitive tying of the complaint to that specific property.
So there was in the 23-010 -23 RFI, there was a complaint on that property that generated that email string that we talked about. So did I misunderstand what you just told me? I thought he was saying that there was nothing in the record,
I
but
think Mr. Salas Ferguson, you're saying that there is no definitive tying of that formal complaint to this property. Is that what your statement is? And actually, Ms. Logan, do you know, there is a copy of it. Do you know what the page number is on there that you can reference?
yeah, page number is 125.
I don't think it's 125. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong document. So it references, so the complaint document you're referencing references tax map key number.
88005101.
And where do you see that? And the complaint. This is. Oh, the complaint description says burnt down house with a question mark.
That's the one I'm looking at, yes. So I believe the address matches and the TMK matches.
So, here's my suggestion to validate your question is to Mr. Salas Ferguson, is to explain to us this form. Is the complaint and the TMK referenced? Is the TMK of the complainant or is it of the complaining residents? So it also lists properties 880129 Kai Avenue, but is that the address of the complainant or is that the property being complained about? Correct. The TMK is for this property. Two structures on it. So here's what, if I'm reading this document and concluding, because a complaint or the description says burned down house, question mark, is the complainant this TMK? Because I believe in photos, the burnt down house is the neighboring property. So that's, I guess we're trying to determine the validity of what your question is, Ms. Logan, regarding the complaint. And if your question is relevant to what you're trying to establish, then we would allow it.
Understood, thank you.
They could have closed down this complaint because it was on the wrong address and it was not, this property was not a burned down house. So if they went out to investigate this and saw that there was a house there and that it was not a burned down house, they would have closed the complaint. The complaint was for a burned down house and not an unpermitted structure or not a structure that was.
I see. So does that answer your question, Ms. Logan?
Yes, thank you for now.
Any redirect questions?
Just the last question. So, based on your review of that complaint, it's likely that the complaint was filed on the neighboring property for a burned down house and incorrect information was inputted in the system.
That'd be correct.
Okay, thank you.
They described the wrong property.
Thank you. Any of the board members have any questions? See none, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Salas Ferguson, any other witnesses?
No further witnesses, Chair. Thank you.
May I recall real quickly, Mr. Osborne?
Yes, yeah, I'll give you 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
So I believe you're still under oath.
Yes, you are.
Right, so. Mr. Osmond, do you know anything about this complaint that we just heard? That's
So
from-
my understanding of that complaint was someone filed that complaint for my TMK because the first owner of my house had burned down the neighbor's house. So my understanding is that that's the correct TMK and address. But they filed it burned down house because at the time that owner had burned down the neighboring house.
So your understanding is the county went to your property.
From the document, I can see that they had 3 inspections. August 22nd, Dwayne Inouye, Stephen Tossman, and Wayne Psyche, they passed electrical, building, and plumbing.
And that the complaint was then closed.
And then the complaint was closed and they uploaded a file that I was never able to get, but it was an investigative report.
Okay. Can you answer for us? Do you have temporary power at this property now? Or permanent power?
I have permanent power.
Permanent power. And you pulled did you pull an electrical permit in 2022 to do this?
Yes, my electrician pulled a permit in June of 2022. The permit was issued, Helco powered it, and then the county did an inspection, I believe in August 2022, it passed first inspection. And the permit was to power the pole and an overhead feeder to the house. As per the description of the permit, I don't have it on hand, but it included the feeder to the house.
So is your understanding that that could not have been possible if the structure had not been finalized?
From all the testimonies I've heard, it seems like if you have an unpermitted house, you cannot pull new permit. Yet I was able myself to get that permit last year.
Can I interrupt 1 minute?
Yeah, and I'm done.
So are
actually.
there any documents that were submitted into evidence that proves the validity of that statement?
I believe it's exhibit 12. Is it 12?
Yeah, it's the electrical paperwork from Helco is exhibit 12.
And so if I know I'm not necessarily questioning, but is there an exhibit that shows the county's electrical permit and thus the closed approved electrical permit, which I believe would constitute permanent power?
That permit is not closed yet. It's not expired and the work on it is not completed yet.
Okay, so for clarification, you do not have permanent power.
I have permanent power.
And a bill from Helco.
I think the definition of permanent power would be that you had a electrical permit with final inspection that was closed. And I'm just asking clarification. So if any of the inspectors or any of the witnesses want to clarify that for us, is that a correct understanding of the process?
We actually called and contacted Helco during our first break at lunch, and they verified, and the bill verifies
So
that
let me
it is permanent in nature.
So let me read into record page 4 of document 2022-11-04 EX12, which is your exhibit 12. And the document is a service invoice from VP Electric, and the description says in the service notes, for Helco service request and obtain electrical permit from County Building Department. So we're just reading into record that document that you have provided. So that document exhibit you provided is hiring that electrician to pull your permit?
Correct. And the permit that was issued as well, I believe, is in the same exhibit.
Okay.
Can I show him this exhibit?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. And here's the inspection.
Mr. Osmond, while you're looking at that, can I also ask Mr. Saiki to speak into the definition of permanent,
Sure.
please? Yes.
Boy, okay. Let me clarify something. Okay. That permit was issued in error. Okay. There's only two types of services you can apply for. One is for brand new service, and then one is for existing service where you do repair work or whatever you want to do. This permit came in as an existing service, repair. For you to have an existing service repair, you have to have an existing service, which they never had because they never had an electrical permit prior to this permit. Does that make any sense?
Yes, thank you for that clarification.
So it was issued in error. We should have seen that and says, hey, how did you get an existing pole when you never had an existing electrical permit to put that pole in? That's why I say that erroneously issued.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Logan, if you want to continue.
That's fine. I don't have any further questions for this.
No further questions for Mr.
Yeah,
Osmond?
yeah, no, I don't, but if you guys have anything, this is his final opportunity.
Okay, any of the board members have any additional questions for Mr. Osmond? And if there are none,
Some closing statements.
I would like to proceed with closing arguments, and if I may allow 3 minutes for each party, starting with the appellant, Ms. Logan.
Thank you, Chair. You know, Mr. Osmond purchased this property and did thorough due diligence to whether or not that permit was valid. He didn't have anything to do with the 1987 permit. He didn't have anything to do with the 2020 permit. And he moved his entire life here from the mainland. An appraiser verified it. We have epic paperwork that says that the earlier permit was 100% complete. And the department decides that after he's trying to get all these things done and get his house finished, his home finished, and the county then realizes they've made some sort of error. No, by no fault of his own. He did everything that he possibly could for somebody coming here not knowing how our system works. He relied on the system. He relied on what people told him. And there should be, it's seemingly a detrimental reliance to the people who are trying to do the right thing and trying to get things done properly. We find out that now they issued an electrical permit in error. What else is in error? We all know that the county records have been on paper for decades, and times where people buy a house and they still have outstanding permits that were never finalized or completed, and new owners have had to go and change them and take care of them and convince the building department that, you know, this is finished now, and I don't have that documentation. We've had the basement of Hilo's records room flooded from Hurricane Lane and lost of all kinds of records. I think the preponderance of the evidence shows that not only did Mr. Osmond do everything he possibly could to do this right, but that you can't fully believe that what the records the county has are 100% complete, and that inspections didn't really happen and somebody just didn't write it down and get it finished. There's so many things that point to the fact that it had to have been finished for Helco to do what they do. And I just encourage you to find for my client and reinstate his permit so he can finish this house and be done with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. And for DPW, Mr. Salas Ferguson, your closing argument?
Thank you, Chair. The testimony showed that the previous owner, Douglas Altari, was very aware that that 1987 permit never received any final inspections. He testified that the electrical was shoddy, the plumbing was shoddy. And that goes to show, and if you look at the appraisal report, you can see photos of the structure. There's no drywall, there's no ceilings. It's really, for lack of a better word, it's just substandard. That wouldn't have passed inspection. So he was well aware of that. He hired people to resolve the issue for them. They submitted a building application, that 2020 permit, and somehow it passed through. That should never have been an issue. But it's not the government's ultimate responsibility to make sure that the architects, the contractors and the owners comply with the law. The ultimate responsibility rests with the property owner. So that's a fight between them. The county reserves the power to fix errors when it becomes apparent. And that's what happened in this situation. It's not pretty, you know, things happen, there's discussions in the background, but when the county is faced with the situation, they have facts in front of them, they have the law, they have to apply the law, they have to apply it objectively and fairly. I think it's, you know, Julian Sonomura went above and beyond to try to resolve this issue for Mr. Ausman. Mr. Ausman is in this situation because, frankly, he relied on people that maybe he shouldn't have relied on. He should have done his own objective due diligence to make sure all these things are correct. And that wasn't done, unfortunately. You know, he's in a bad situation. It looks like he spent a lot of money and relied on a lot of advice, and there's really nothing the county can do. Mr. Ausman's remedy is to either get an as-built permit or knock down that structure and build a new permit, a new structure. And unfortunately, the Department of Public Works, their hands are tied. They have to enforce the law when it comes to their attention. And you know, the appellant stated that they need to prove their case by a preponderance of the evidence, but that's not all they need to show. They need to show that the director's decision was clearly erroneous. It's a really high standard. I mean, clearly erroneous. I said the car was blue. No, right here, it's green. That would be a situation of clearly erroneous. It has to be completely arbitrary and capricious, and that means it's not based on anything. It's just shooting from the hip. Hey, I gave this guy a permit, I didn't give this guy a permit. So that's an arbitrary and capricious situation, or based on an abuse of discretion. He clearly has the authority to revoke a permit that's issued in error. That 2020 permit had incorrect information. If you look at it, it shows the permit from 1987. It's assuming that it's been finalized, but it wasn't. It should have been a permit, an application for an as-built permit. It wasn't. It was an application to alter or add. So my final statement, the evidence does not suggest that the director's decision should be revoked. It should be sustained. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salas Ferguson. The board is, before we deliberate, I need to read, I did fail to identify one document or a public testimony. I failed to read that into record. The board did receive public testimony dated April 10th, 2023 from John Kelly, and have received and reviewed his testimony as well. With that said, the board is now in deliberation, and if any of the board members have any comments or anything they would like to say, and I guess I'll start. So for me, I think I can wholeheartedly empathize with Ms. Logan and her client. I think there's a lot going on. There are a lot of missteps that happen throughout the whole process. I think Mr. Paze has a big job ahead of him, and the hope would probably be that some policies and procedures come out of this to help prevent things like this for the future, or actually come up with a remedy that is amicable to all parties, specifically when a permit can be rescinded years after it was approved or submitted to a party. That said, I think the board has four corners that we need to be able to operate under and make decisions. And that four corners, as already mentioned by Mr. Salas Ferguson, is the parameters in which we can overturn a director's decision. And after hearing all the testimony, it's especially because the code is there for life safety, it is very difficult for me to see that the decision could be overturned. But I leave it to my other board members to voice any other opinions or perspectives they might have. Thank you.
Mr. Osman, it is very unfortunate that you were put in this position. However, it is clear what Mr. Pazzi was speaking on, that he did not act erroneously, or yes, there was an error, but he quickly remedied it because it was not, the property was not safe. And there was a lot of testimony that spoke to that. So that was my decision. That's how I came upon what I see going forward.
Thank you, Board Member Psyche. Anyone else? That said, we're entertaining a motion on this matter.
I would entertain a motion to uphold the director's decision in this case and in revoking the permit.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to state that we are directed by our rules and regulations that we have to abide by what we can find as the probable cause of making a reversal of the director's decision. And that hasn't been proven in this case here. And it is unfortunate, and I feel for the appellant in this matter, but I would hope that they could take what they have in their plans and approach the Department of Public Works and see what they could do to get a as-built permit. And I don't know where you find an as-built permit because there's not a checkbox for that, but I'm sure if you talk to the director, DPW, Mr. Paze, that they would get the proper document for you. And then you have most of the stuff in place already. Find out what else has to happen. No, you can't talk right now, but it's with, concern and heartfelt that we have to go this way and uphold the director's decision.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, April, can we go to vote?
Yes. Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
Mr. Martin,
Aye.
Ms. Psyche,
Aye.
Madam Chair.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, motion passes.
So with that said, Mr. Salas Ferguson, can you draw up the document to finalize this and submit it to all parties? And so you'll submit it to Ms. Logan as well as the board, and Ms. Logan, you have 15 days to accept or write a rebuttal to this determination. Yeah, 15 days from the time you receive it. Mr. Salas Ferguson has 15 days to write it. Thank you. And that concludes the matter on item number 4 on our agenda. And I appreciate all your time and effort here and everyone's day spent providing testimony. Thank you. We do have a couple of matters. If we have, do I have time to do this? So moving on to approval of the board minutes from January 13th, 2023. Can I get a motion for
I
that?
move to accept the minutes as circulated.
Can I
A
get a
second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, April, can we vote on that? Oh, all in favor of accepting the minutes from January 13th?
Aye.
Aye. We have 4 ayes. Acceptance passes. Administrative matters, we have on the agenda, election of officers for 2023, which should have been done in January and has been stalled till today.
Madam Chair, I'd like to open nominations for officers for 2023.
Can I get a
I
second?
second the motion.
All in? Oh, any discussion?
We nominate.
So do we have to,
Yeah, call the question.
oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So can we vote on
Yeah.
opening the discussion for board member nominations?
Okay. Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
Ms. Psyche,
Aye.
Mr. Martin.
Aye.
Chair Aguirre.
Aye.
Sorry. Motion passes.
So we're in discussion on nominating officers.
I would like to make my nomination for Chair Aguirre to stay our chair. So I would like to nominate Stacy Aguirre for 2023.
I'll second the nomination for Stacy Aguiar as chair for the year 2023.
Oh,
Accept.
so we have to, vote.
What is-
Oh, any discussion? I accept.
All right. Now
So,
vote?
no, so now we vote.
Yes. Is there any discussion?
Oh, any discussion?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, unless you want to make it a full slate and
Oh.
then put the,
Can I add to the nomination, the vice chair, so we can vote for both all at once? So if I may also
Oh,
nominate,
wait, it would be
Oh.
2 nominations because Ms. Psyche started this nomination for you. So we really should vote on this
Okay,
and then
got
the
it.
next one. I'm sorry.
so we're voting for myself to remain as chair for 2023.
Correct. Okay. I will take name votes. Ms. Psyche,
Aye.
Mr. Henderson,
aye.
Mr. Martin. Chair Aguirre.
Aye,
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations.
thank you. Thanks, you guys. You'll suffer through me. So I would also, can I make a motion to nominate, Mr. Henderson remain as vice chair? And can I get a second?
I second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
No.
Yeah, I accept the nomination.
Thank you. And
Vote?
April vote.
Yes. Chair Aguirre,
Aye.
Mr. Martin,
Aye.
Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
Ms. Psyche,
Aye.
motion passes.
Congratulations, Vice Chair Henderson. Thank you. And April, do you want to give us a status of outstanding petitions?
I do not have a lot to report currently, unless you all decide you want to hear the findings of facts for this case, the Kai case. At the May hearing, we currently don't have any other cases for May. And we have 2 for June, both of which have been in settlement discussion. So I don't know if those will go or not.
Great. And on to announcements, which I have 2 announcements. One, our Board of Appeals rules of practice and procedure need to be reviewed for updates and edits. And I'm I would like to get a motion to add this to the May agenda so we can start discussing and reviewing it.
I move that we add the new Board of Appeals rules and regulations,
Rules of practice and
rules of
procedure.
practices, to our next meeting so that we may review it.
And can I get a second? Oh, we have a second.
Second.
Okay, sorry, didn't catch that.
I didn't say it loud enough.
Any discussion? And April, seeing none, can we take a vote?
Yes, Ms. Psyche,
Yes.
Mr. Martin, Mr. Henderson,
Yes.
and Madam Chair,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. And my second announcement is we do have some conflicts for the upcoming June 9th hearing. So I'd like to propose setting the June hearing date for the next Friday, the 16th. If we could,
For June 16th.
for June 16th. So we would hope for quorum for a June 16th, so we may have a June hearing. And if I could get
My schedule is open on June 16th. I don't have a problem moving the date.
yeah,
I move that we set our June BOA meeting on June 16th instead of June 9th.
any second to that?
Second.
motion? Any discussion? Seeing none. April, can we vote on that?
Yes, Ms. Psyche,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
Yes.
Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
Chair,
Aye.
motion passes.
Anyone have any other announcements?
Where's the June meeting?
Oh, yeah.
June
Um,
meeting would technically
here?
be here in Kona.
What if, okay, so we will have our May so
So
that we
May
can.
is Hilo.
Yes, and so essentially if all of the two cases that are current tentatively scheduled for June, if they do want to have a hearing, then that would be the date, or we have it reserved. So if we need to continue on with our rulemaking, we have it open, a reserved date so that we can get that finalized.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have to notify the people, the cases. that-
I will do that.
Yeah, okay.
When is our May? Is it the 12th
Mm,
or the 5th?
The first Friday.
No.
12th.
May is the
Second.
12th.
The 12th.
Yeah.
Second Friday.
Second
of
Friday.
every month.
And Chair, clarification for today's findings of facts for this case. That is going on the May hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Agenda.
Any other announcements or questions? May I get a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
I second it.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.